to the podium. The Director General from the Ministry of Health, Honorable Dr. Charles Olaro, who is the Director General, Ministry of Health, Uganda. Let's appreciate him. Please join us on the high table. I want to take this opportunity to invite Dr. Mohammed Ali Mohammed, the Secretary General from the Ministry of Health, Djibouti, to the high table. Let's welcome him. I also take this opportunity to invite my sister, Dr. Miriam Nanyunja, the head of emergency WHO Afro, who has been very supportive to this program. Please join me in welcoming her. I also invite our sister, Dr. Edith Namutebi, the head of Department, Regional Peace and Security, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Republic of Uganda, to join us for the high table. Please, Dr. Edith, join us. Please take your respective seats. We've pre-identified them for you. Our host, my sister, Her Excellency Jocelyn Bijirwa, the IGAD Head of Mission to the Republic of Kenya, please, of Uganda. Thank you. I am handing over my portfolio to my sister. I think it is safe with her. However, please feel welcome. Thank you. Sharon, if you can. Sharon, please come over and assist. Thank you, Excellency Jocelyn, for that. I recognize the presence of the other senior delegates, the heads of delegations from the other member states. This is the opening session. I know you know why we are having this high-level podium. We have IGAD, IFRC, and WHO, and the government of Uganda. And before we start our program, I also want you to join me in inviting Dr. Sudi Bamutia, representing the Red Crosses and the Red Crescent societies in the forum together with IFRC. Let's appreciate Dr. Sudi. Dr. Sudi is also representing the Secretary General, Uganda Red Cross Society, and as the host, he would be speaking on behalf of them. Sudan, please feel welcome. Take your seat. We're happy to have you. I know it's been a long journey, but finally you've made it. Thank you for finding time to join us despite all the challenges that you've gone through. With that, we as IGAD are convened here to discuss and consult ourselves as government, consult ourselves as partners on the Pandemic Preparedness and Response Program, which is a regional portfolio to support the consortium of countries of IGAD, that is Djibouti, Ethiopia, Kenya, Somalia, South Sudan, Eritrea, and Uganda. We don't have our brothers and sisters of Eritrea, but we are hopeful that anytime, when they get the opportunity to join us, they will, and we are happy to have them. Without further ado, I want to invite my sister, Excellency Jocelyn Bijirwa, representing His Excellency Dr. Workene, to make her opening remarks on behalf of IGAD. Please, welcome. Let's put our hands together.
Thank you, my sister, Your Excellency, Dr. Fatuma. I must say that it wouldn't have been possible for us to have this meeting without her leadership. And for that reason, I'd like to request that we give her a big round of applause for bringing us here to this very important technical consultations for the Prepare project, which was also developed with her leadership, together with the team and all the member states that participated in its development. I would like to begin by welcoming you all and by apologizing for anything that may not have gone well from the time you reached here. Sincere apologies on behalf of IGAD. For anything that didn't go well, we'd like to get feedback so that we can be able to improve. Your Excellency, the DG, Minister of Health, Dr. Charles Olalo of the Republic of Uganda, Your Excellency, Dr. Edith Namutebi, Head of Department, Regional Peace and Security, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Director Generals and member states officials from all the IGAD member states represented here. Dr. Miriam Nanyunja, Head of Emergency, World Health Organization. Dr. Sudi, representing the National Federation of Red Cross and Uganda Red Cross Society. All IGAD heads of missions present in the room, and all IGAD staff. I warmly welcome you to Uganda on my own behalf, but also on behalf of His Excellency, Dr. Wokne Gebeyehu, the Executive Secretary of IGAD, who should have been here with us, but he entrusted us with this responsibility to organize and oversee you together with my counterparts from the different member states. So I welcome you and greet you in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Distinguished delegates, standing here is a pleasure for me. It's not the first time the Prepare meeting is organizing these meetings here. Sometime early March, April, we are here for several capacity building sessions, which most of the technical persons present in this room were also present. But we have been here also again this week, starting on Monday with a project inception meeting that brought together the focal point persons from different ministries, specifically the ministry responsible for health, but also the IGAD staff that worked hard in preparation for this meeting, as well also preparing for the meeting, the launch that you are going to have. So we are ready to have you here today, and we really appreciate for making time to be part of this engagement. I know this is not just a meeting for representatives of Ministry of Health, but also representatives of other ministries as part of the One Health program. Ministry of Water and Environment, Ministry of Wildlife or Tourism, and Ministry of Agriculture and Health are all seated in one room. It's a great meeting to have the different multi-sectoral actors thinking and planning together and finding common solutions for the region. The moment that we meet here, we meet for a reason. And this reason is not only to prepare for the launch, but also to critically review and interrogate the IGAD Preparedness for Pandemic Response Prepare project ahead of its launch on Friday. Lots of interventions have been happening. I mentioned before the training activities, the consultations, and also preparations in terms of delivery of items to member states like Uganda. So we are here to review and interrogate how far we've gone. And as I said before, this meeting brings together the technical leadership of all the One Health ministries, and to ensure that the project is not only technically robust, but operationally sound. And we'd like to appreciate Uganda for accepting to host this meeting, because we know that it's because of the peace and stability, because of the services that the country can be able to offer, that we're able to host this meeting. Thank you, Uganda, for providing a very fitting backdrop for these deliberations. Its history of responding to multiple outbreaks from Ebola, yellow fever to cholera, and most recently Mpox demonstrates the value of resilient systems. Uganda has been at the top of it. Several timely interventions and community trust has been built over time. And this experience sets a strong precedent of our region. It also reminds us that the work we do here must translate into action that saves lives, protect livelihoods, and strengthen regional health security. I would also like to acknowledge our implementing and financing partners. The pandemic fund investment of over 31.9 million US dollars with over 4.3 million in co-financing demonstrates confidence in IGAD and in our capacity to manage complex and cross-border health interventions. The World Health Organization and International Federation of Red Cross and Red Cross Crescent Societies bring technical leadership and unmatched community reach, which will be critical to the success of the Prepare project. But ultimately, the success of this project depends on you. It depends on us all, including the technical leaders and experts in this room. Those who understand the realities of our health systems and the practical challenges of cross-border coordination. Distinguished experts, ladies and gentlemen in this room, the COVID-19 pandemic taught us many lessons. I am sure that everyone in this room understands what COVID-19 is and the impact it had on us. We know that it claimed over 7 million lives, disrupted societies, and all economies at every level. And in the IGAD region, many schools were closed. Livelihoods were lost. Several people in the health systems couldn't support because they were all overwhelmed by the big number of the mortalities that happened at that time. But also beyond the COVID-19, our region continues to face persistent outbreaks. The Mpox, Uganda's Ebola Sudan virus outbreak, endemic cholera, and vector-borne diseases such as Rift Valley are all challenges that we have encountered for a period of time and that requires our attention. And these are not just isolated events. They are reminders that diseases move rapidly, cross borders freely, and require coordinated and multi-sectoral responses. When these outbreaks are happening, they never warn us, so we must be prepared. And I like the name of this project, the preparedness of it. We understand that these outbreaks will be happening, but once we are prepared through capacity building, it's easy for us to attack as well. And this is why the Prepare project was conceived. Its goal is to strengthen our collective defenses through 4 pillars. And these are surveillance and early warning, laboratory systems, workforce development, under One Health framework, and cross-sectoral coordination. And as technical leaders, you'll be sitting here for the next 2 days to review and interrogate the work plan to ensure that every activity is feasible and that it responds to our context, to our current context, because we know that the environment is dynamic and keeps changing. So we have to ensure that there is coherency and it's aligned with national and regional priorities. Last week and this week, IGAD has been undertaking the IGAD strategy review processes, ensuring that we can be able to identify those priorities, the national priorities that will align with the priorities of IGAD. This process that we do this week will feed into the regional consultations to ensure that the issues, the areas, the priorities that you identify will be able to feed into the next IGAD strategy 2026-2030, so that the next future project, Prepare project, is well built and aligned with the priorities of IGAD as an institution, but also the priorities of the other partners that are here, including International Federation of Red Cross and World Health Organization. This meeting is equally important because it's going to be focusing on reviewing the governance structure of the Prepare project. The governance of any institution or any project is important because it determines how decisions are made, how responsibilities are shared, and how resources are allocated, and also how accountability is ensured. Therefore, in the coming sessions, I will urge you to critically examine the proposed governance framework that will be presented to you. You should be able to ask whether the decision-making bodies are inclusive of all relevant ministries, whether the reporting lines are clear, and whether coordination mechanisms will allow us to respond rapidly during outbreaks. You should also interrogate whether accountability mechanisms are sufficient to track performance, including financial flows and outcomes across borders. You should also be able to evaluate whether this structure is flexible enough to adapt to the changing epidemiological situations while remaining transparent and equitable. As implementation is already underway, I'm here and I'm happy to state that also being the head of mission in Uganda, that Uganda has already received support from this project of over $650 to strengthen preparedness for mpox response. And this is has been provided through the items that have been procured for the Ministry of Health and other One Health sectors to be able to support laboratory diagnostics and also ensure that we can be able to contain the outbreak as it appears. We've been able to procure supporting laboratory equipments, vehicles and motorcycles for sample referral and coordination, but also IT equipment and beds for isolation centers. Previously, the regional trainings have brought together hundreds of frontline public health staff and experts, including epidemiologists, veterinarians, wildlife and environment health officers across IGAD member states. And this has enabled them to enhance capacities for pandemic preparedness and response. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, your guidance in this meeting, as we said, its technical consultation is very critical. We need to ensure that preparedness is not only the responsibility of one ministry alone, which is the Ministry of Health, and it's the reason we are bringing stakeholders from the other three ministries. Therefore, we require to have a multi-sectoral collaboration, technical rigor, and a governance framework that ensures accountability, transparency, and operational efficiency, and that guides IGAD and other stakeholders to always remain on track. The decisions that you make here, the recommendations that you provide during the consultative meeting will not only shape the work plan, but also ensure that the Prepare can operate effectively and deliver results across the region. We all appreciate that pandemics are inevitable. They will always be there. We won't avoid them. But what remains within our control is whether we are ready. We may never be 100% ready, but we must show some kind of preparedness. This consultative meeting, therefore, is our opportunity to ensure that Prepare is technically sound and operational feasible, and that we are governed in a way that allows for rapid, coordinated, and transparent action. The credibility and the effectiveness of the project will rest on the rigor review that we carry out here. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to conclude by appreciating you all for your high-level commitment that's been exhibited through your coming here, your attention to the discussion that you've already started, and the expertise and the dedication that you have come and brought with you to this meeting. We do believe that our Prepare project will be able to take off very well with your guidance and support. And as we go to start the meeting, I look forward to our very fruitful discussions that will provide constructive critique of the work plan and the governance arrangements, and to a Prepare project that is technically rigorous, well-governed, and ready for a successful launch on Friday. I thank you for your kind attention, and wish you all the best with the deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, my sister, for those comprehensive statement on the project and what we expect from our government. Excellency Jocelyn has talked about our fragile human health, environmental health, livestock health, wildlife health, and how this exacerbates, is worsened or exacerbated by cross-border movements of people, animals, and goods, which is facilitated by the free movement of protocols at the AU level and IGAD. As a region, we have the instrument that allows us to move across the region, and therefore, as we move, we move with all sorts of issues, including epidemics, pandemics. We move with our animals, we move with our goods, and therefore, our systems, our health systems, not only the human system, but all other health-related systems within the context of One Health must be prepared, and we are honored, and we want to thank the Pandemic Fund for investing in the region, in putting this big amount of funding. And member states, for your information, this is one of the biggest grants that has been issued to regional institutions, and Dr. Miriam will confirm that. And therefore, we have no excuse for not using this funding to prepare our preparedness and response systems within the framework of One Health. With that, I want to invite Dr. Sudi Bamutia, representing the societies, the Federation of Red Cross, to make his remarks. Please welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Fatuma. Good morning, colleagues. It's an honor to be here. And I'm stepping the shoes of my Secretary General, who is not in position to be here this morning because of some commitments that I could not delegate at the moment. So, protocol observed, and I just want to acknowledge the presence of some key dignitaries here. Her Excellency, Dr. Jocelyn Bigira, the IGAD Head of Mission to the Republic of Uganda, Dr. Miriam Nanyunja, the WHO Head of Emergency, Dr. Muhammad Ali Muhammad, the Secretary General from Djibouti, Minister of Health, Dr. Edith Namtevi, Head of Department for Regional Peace and Security from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Uganda, and Dr. Charles Olaro, the Director General of Health Services from Ministry of Health, Uganda, that is hosting us here today. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen from all the member states, from the IGAD region, good morning once again. My name is Sudi Bamtia. I work with Uganda Red Cross Society. I'm the manager in charge of epidemics and pandemics preparedness and response. But I'm here on behalf of the Secretary General of Uganda Red Cross Society, but broadly on behalf of the International Federation of the Red Cross and Red Crescent Movement, or you can call it the Red Cross, Red Crescent Movement. And just to inform you, the Red Cross, Red Crescent Movement is quite a big family. And this morning, or in this meeting today, we have 7 national societies represented in this meeting, and they are part of the IGAD region, and they are part of the Prepare implementing countries. And just to make a quick mention of these countries, we have Djibouti, we have the Djibouti Red Crescent Society, we have Ethiopia Red Cross, Kenya Red Cross, Somalia Red Crescent, South Sudan Red Cross, we have Sudan Red Crescent, and of course, Uganda Red Cross Society. That is, I should say, the host national society. So I bring you warm greetings from the Red Cross, Red Crescent movement that I'm representing here today. And it's an honor for the Red Cross, Red Crescent movement and IFRC in general, or you may take it that way, to be part of this meeting this today and this morning, and to be part of this collaboration between IGAD, WHO, and the governments of Uganda, but also the other IGAD member states. As the Red Cross Red Crescent movement, we take pride in engaging and supporting in all initiatives that work towards alleviating human suffering. And many of you may know that epidemics and pandemics are some of the most recent issues that cause human suffering in the world. The previous speaker talked about the COVID-19 pandemic, how it devastated the social life of humanity across the world. So it really caused, it's one of the most recent strategies we can refer to that caused human suffering globally, that everyone at least knows about COVID-19 and it's a pandemic. So it's something that causes human suffering, and the mandate of the Red Cross and Red Crescent is to alleviate human suffering. So we are very glad that we are part of this initiative, the Prepare project, that is trying to address issues to do with epidemics and pandemics. So in that way, as the Red Cross Red Crescent movement, we are playing that role of alleviating human suffering that is brought about by epidemics. And through this, the IFRC has supported several preparedness and response initiatives towards epidemics through different initiatives. And one of the most recent one is the EVD response, where the IFRC has supported Uganda through the Uganda Red Cross, but also even the MPOX regional emergency appeal, where the IFRC has supported several national societies to respond to the MPOX response. This is made possible through the auxiliary role or mandate that the Red Cross and Red Crescent national societies have with the different governments across the world. And the network of volunteers and the network of members they have across the globe that support governments in doing their role of taking care of communities, but also protecting them from such hazards. So under the Prepare project, the Red Cross and Red Crescent national societies intend to carry on the same duty by strengthening One Health cross-border collaboration. Because like many of you know, we cannot get onto the top of these epidemics unless we come together as different players and actors. And through this, the Red Cross and Red Crescent national societies intend to support government through the different line ministries. Of course, that is Health, Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock. In Uganda, we call it Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. I'm not sure how it is called in the other countries, but Agriculture and Livestock, and then a Ministry of Environment. So that we work together with all these at a cross-border level to ensure that we come up with strategies of how our communities can be prepared to respond, to detect first, but also respond to these epidemics in case they come, to ensure that they cause minimum effect. We also intend to strengthen localization of our preparedness initiatives at all levels through ensuring that our communities are empowered to take charge of their public health issues. This is one thing that we enjoy or we have strength in as the Red Cross, Red Crescent, our presence at community level. So we intend to ensure that we play or we ride onto this presence in the communities to support our communities in strengthening them, providing them with building their health literacy through RCCE, but also supporting in building community-based surveillance structures to ensure that government is in position to detect these outbreaks at the earliest level, and then we ensure that they are responded to immediately, but also intend to ensure that when these outbreaks happen at the community level, we ensure that there is a localization of cross-border initiatives at the lowest level, so that authorities at the lowest level of governments are in position to coordinate and support each other and ensure that information can be shared at the lowest level and response is done timely, but also detection is done timely. So for Uganda, as a national society, for Uganda Red Cross, we have always worked with the government, and we intend to make it even stronger by working with the different One Health line ministries. We have, in the previous years, attempted to do this, and we are still doing this. We've worked with different line ministries to respond to zoonotic diseases, such as anthrax in Chota, one of the most recent. We've supported in response to rabies, of recent supported EVD, and now even Mpox. So we intend to continue with this initiative under the Prepare project. And as Uganda Red Cross, we have already even made a contribution through the Prepare project in supporting the Mpox response, where we've supported in some critical needs that Ministry of Health requested for of recent. We've supported in procurement of essential medicines for Mpox that was worth $50,000. We've also supported in the rollout, the ministry initiative of rolling out home-based care for Mpox. Maybe it will be alluded to that the country is moving into integrating Mpox into primary health care. So we've supported the Ministry of Health initiative rolling out home-based care for Mpox, and also training of emergency medical technicians, among others. So as the Red Cross, Red Crescent movement, we are really glad that we are part of this initiative. We intend to use the resources we have to support the initiative. We intend to collaborate with IGAD, WHO, and any other partners that will come on board to ensure that we bring our abilities, our skills, and our expertise together in this era where funding is really dwindling. So we need to get together, we need to come together, bring all our resources and expertise together so that we prepare our communities and make our region, but also the whole world, a better place to live. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sudi. Let's appreciate him better. The role of communities and the role of the societies in this, Prepare project. Why community-based intervention? For early detection, early, response, localized response, localized leadership. And you can see the program is framed in such a way that we have a regional intervention, we have national intervention, subnational, all the way to the community, and that structure builds it together. For our information, this program is streamed live, or it is live streamed. I think that is the word. We are on X, YouTube, Lucas, I hope that is correct. Please feel free. I know everyone is on their phone. Please share the link so that we have wider publicity. It is also part of our agenda as IGAD, of taking IGAD to the people. With that, again, Dr. Miriam is with us. She's walked with us in this journey. I know WHO country offices have been part of this, but she's been the main person who has ensured that this project takes off as her baby. Dr. Miriam, please join us in giving us your wisdom. Let's put our hands together.
Yeah, thank you, Fatuma. Yeah. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank Your Excellency, Honorable Joyce Bigira, Head of Mission, IGAD Mission in Uganda, for hosting us here in our beautiful country. Your Excellency, the Secretary General for Health of Djibouti, the Director General of Health Services in Uganda, with the Director General or representative of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the representative of the Secretary General of the Uganda Red Cross, Your Excellencies, the heads of IGAD missions from different countries that are represented here, the Director Generals from the sectoral ministries from the different countries represented, and your delegations, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say once again, good morning. It is with pleasure that I represent the WHO Afro Emergency Preparedness and Response Program at this meeting. As you've heard, I'm Dr. Miriam Nanyunja, and I'm a Senior Risk Management and Preparedness Officer at WHO and based at the WHO Regional Hub for Eastern and Southern Africa, where I am the team lead for emergency preparedness. I bring greetings from my program director, Dr. Abdusalam Gay, and the program area manager, Dr. Dick Chamla, who are not able to be here. They would have loved to be here, but are not able due to other competing priorities. They are all in Zambia, where we are having the regional committee. Regional committee is a big administrative meeting in WHO Afro. It brings together all the ministers from the different countries for deliberations and guidance for the upcoming year. So they needed to be there. As you are all aware, the African region faces over 100 public health emergencies in a year. And about 70% of these are usually infectious in nature, including zoonotic diseases. And this highlights the importance of regional and country preparedness and readiness to respond to these emergencies to minimize on mortality that could be associated with these, and the importance of using a One Health approach, because increasingly many of them are zoonotic in nature. As we are all aware, the One Health approach requires a multi-sectoral coordination that involves health, livestock, wildlife, and environmental sectors, among others, sometimes including security and different other agencies. And WHO has been supporting countries in this effort to enhance emergency preparedness and readiness in line with the International Health Regulations 2005, with some progress as evidenced by the improving scores on the annual state party reports, but also the joint evaluations of the IHR core capacities that are conducted by the countries. But in spite of this progress, when COVID hit the continent, I must say that no country was found significantly ready. Maybe to also say that this was not a situation only in Africa, but globally. And the pandemic exposed gaps in different capacities in different countries, varying depending on the country status. Capacities gaps were shown in laboratory, clinical care, human workforce, infection prevention and control, community engagement, among others. There were also big challenges in cross-border collaboration and equity in sharing of health products, including those vaccines that were manufactured, and PPEs, personal protective equipment, but also in information sharing. And lessons that we learned from COVID showed the need to strengthen and make our health systems more resilient, the need for countries and to be prepared, but also to be prepared as a region, because it was evident that we needed each other. We need to strengthen our capacity to manufacture some of these health products, because we saw that equity in sharing was a challenge as well. Subsequently, more focus and support has been given globally to the efforts to strengthen pandemic preparedness. And the goal is that no other pandemic should find us unprepared. Now, whether we achieve this goal is dependent on you and I, and how much effort we put into the preparedness. The experience from COVID-19 resulted in amendment of the international health regulations, because we saw that there were even some gaps in that global instrument. And there was clear definition of what is a pandemic emergency. There were more provisions of strengthening preparedness and monitoring of the implementation, and provisions for ensuring equity should we face more big epidemics like this. And the international health regulations were found not even enough, and the pandemic agreement was also put in place, adopted early this year. It elaborates more on the need for One Health, stronger surveillance systems, and resilient health systems. And all these together put effort in place, funding coordination mechanisms to support countries to enhance preparedness. I think this is the first time that we have a lot of focus on emergency preparedness. The World Bank and other partners, including several countries like Japan, Rwanda, and others, put together this pandemic fund as one of the funding mechanisms to support improvement in emergency preparedness and address the gaps exposed by the COVID-19. And the first 3 rounds of the pandemic fund have focused on 3 critical areas: improving surveillance, including the early warning systems, laboratory services to ensure capacity for early detection is in place, workforce development, as we saw that this was one of the main gaps. Of course, this also includes the intersectoral coordination in all of these, and also community engagement in all of these. To date, 13 African countries have received grants. Also, one multi-country proposal was given money for SADC, and 2 regional entity proposals have been supported. Now, the IGAD is one of the regional entities that has been supported. The other one is more of an animal health one around Rwanda, Uganda, and DRC, the Greater Virunga Project. The IGAD project was specifically interesting because of the special focus on the cross-border issue. The cross-border surveillance, early warning systems in the cross-border area, workforce development at community level, etc., was really attractive to the global team. And so it was given support, and implementation has begun with support from WHO as the implementing entity. You'll understand more about the implementing entities, and partnership with IFRC as the main delivery partner. Among the IGAD countries, only Ethiopia so far has received a grant as a single country. So the others still continue to apply. In the round 3, about 38 countries or so in Africa applied. The applications totaled about $1 billion for a global envelope of about $500 million. So there's a real need in this area of preparedness, and so even the pandemic fund money is not enough. There's need for more money from countries and from other partners. Within WHO, the IGAD countries supported fall within African region and the East Mediterranean region. This includes Sudan, Djibouti, and Somalia, yes. And therefore, within WHO, we support the IGAD project from both Afro and EMRO. In fact, I take this opportunity to acknowledge my colleague, Dr. Mohamed El Kahim, who is joining online from Cairo, Egypt, at the EMRO headquarters. Now, back to this meeting. It's very important for the countries to be present at this meeting, to be informed on what this Prepare project is about. How much money is there and how will it be used to support the countries? Because there have been a lot of questions on where is this IGAD money. So I hope that during this meeting, there will be full transparency and clarity about the funding, the modalities of implementation, and how it will be monitored, and the expected results from the countries. I implore you to ask as many questions as possible so that you go away from here when everything is very clear. I thank IGAD for convening this meeting and appreciate the country delegations that have made it so that we can have a full discussion, but also country guidance on how you want this project to support you. WHO implores IGAD and the delivery partner IFRC and the member countries to work together to ensure a successful completion of this project with transparency. It will be bad news if we finish this $30 million without tangible results in our countries. So I implore you country teams and partners to make sure that we really use this money efficiently. WHO has been providing technical support during this initial phase of the project, which has been a little hard and focused on support of IGAD countries with MPOX, but we also commit that the organization will continue to provide the project oversight, technical guidance, management, and will support implementation as necessary to ensure that the project is effectively implemented and the next phase is undertaken and completed more smoothly. On behalf of WHO, I'd like to wish you all fruitful deliberations in this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Miriam, for those wise remarks. And as the team lead and on behalf of IGAD, I want to repeat what Dr. Miriam said. It would be very unfortunate as a daughter of this region, as the project lead, to utilize $30 million. If we convert it to Ugandan shilling, I don't know, we will not have a figure. In Kenya, I think it is, we might have a figure for that in Kenya shillings. Somalia, I don't think we will find a figure in Somali shilling. It will have the calculator will not have the indefinite. The same with Ethiopia. It would be very sad of us if we don't improve our systems to be prepared. And at the end of this project, I don't know if we will have answered the question of that no other pandemic should find us unprepared. So I feel that IGAD has been given a very big responsibility, and that responsibility cannot be achieved without the support of our member states. And therefore, we as IGAD want to hand over that responsibility so that we are all religious. When I go to God, I say, no, God, I did my part. And that I handed over this responsibility to the government. So please help us in utilizing these resources and to ensure that we make a difference. Issues of IHR, I don't want to go back to it. It speaks to the preparedness. Thank you, WHO, for helping us in moving forward. With that, we have our chair, IGAD's chair, that is the government of, or the Republic of Djibouti, represented by His Excellency Dr. Mohamed Ali, who is also a member of the project team for Djibouti. He is one of the is it 7 members, 6 members who have been identified by IGAD as the project leaders. The SG has, the government of Djibouti has given the project that the highest level of leadership. We have Dr. Feyesa of Ethiopia, representing Ethiopia. We have Dr. Osman Abdel Nasir. We have Dr. Opolot of Uganda. South Sudan, I forgot the name. Dr. Mayada of Sudan is also part of the team. So in addition to IGAD, we have a very big group of people who are helping us in ensuring that those remarks that Miriam has indicated are complied to. Please join me in welcoming our chair, Dr. Mohamed, Secretary General, to the podium. And as he comes, the rest of the member states, please put on your headgears because you would be speaking in French, including myself. Please, welcome.
Merci, Dr. Fatouma. Donc, comme Fatouma vous l'a dit, je suis le seul pays francophone. Prenez vos micros, vos écouteurs. Avant de commencer mon discours, je voudrais remercier la République d'Ouganda, l'IGAD, qui nous a permis de nous réunir ici pour partager les difficultés que nous avons, trouver des réponses ensemble. Et je vous assure que nous sommes très bien accueillis, que nous sommes installés dans de bonnes conditions. Parce que tout à l'heure, Madame Joséphine, la chef de mission de l'IGAD, a dit si vous avez des problèmes, vous pouvez nous les partager. Les problèmes et les difficultés sont le quotidien de nos pays, mais je vous assure que nous sommes venus préparés pour trouver des réponses à nos problèmes et non pour vous les confier, Madame Joséphine. Nous allons essayer de régler les problèmes ensemble. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Madame la représentante du secrétariat exécutif de l'IGAD, Dr Fatouma Aden. Madame la représentante de l'IGAD en Ouganda. Monsieur le directeur des services de santé du ministère de la Santé de l'Ouganda. Monsieur le représentant de l'IGAD au Sud-Soudan. Monsieur le représentant de l'IGAD en Somalie. Monsieur le représentant de la Banque mondiale et du Pandemic Fund. Madame la représentante de l'OMS Afro, Monsieur le représentant de la Fédération internationale du Croissant Rouge et de la Croix-Rouge, distingués représentants des États membres de l'IGAD, distingués représentants des sociétés du Croissant Rouge et de la Croix-Rouge des pays membres de l'IGAD, chers amis, c'est pour moi un honneur et un privilège de vous souhaiter la bienvenue à cette réunion technique de consultation et de lancement du projet régional Prépare de l'IGAD et de l'IFRC, visant à renforcer nos capacités collectives face aux menaces sanitaires émergentes, en particulier la variole du singe, Mpox, et la maladie à virus Marburg, financée à travers le guichet du Pandemic Fund géré par la Banque mondiale. La fréquence croissante des flambées épidémiques dans notre pays, dans notre région et ailleurs, rappelle avec insistance l'urgence d'une action coordonnée, rapide et fondée sur des données scientifiques. La pandémie du Covid-19 nous a durement appris que la préparation et la collaboration régionale ne sont pas une option, mais une nécessité. Aujourd'hui, avec ce projet, nous engageons une réponse proactive et structurée à des menaces graves, mais encore trop peu connues du grand public et parfois même sous-estimées par les systèmes de santé de nos pays. La Mpox, bien qu'historiquement confinée à certaines zones, s'étend désormais au-delà de ses foyers traditionnels. Quant à la maladie de Marburg, bien que rare, elle représente un danger de santé publique majeur en raison de son taux de létalité élevé et de son potentiel de propagation rapide en l'absence des mesures adéquates. Ce projet régional vise donc à renforcer la surveillance épidémiologique dans les zones frontalières et les zones à haut risque, à améliorer les capacités de diagnostic rapide au sein des laboratoires nationaux et régionaux, à former les personnels de santé à la détection précoce, à la prise en charge des cas et à la gestion des risques, à favoriser l'échange d'informations en temps réel avec les pays membres de l'IGAD pour une réponse coordonnée et efficace. Cette réunion, qui marque le début d'une collaboration multisectorielle qui va durer 3 années et d'un travail qui se veut ambitieux, est essentielle. Elle nous permettra de clarifier les objectifs du projet et d'en fixer les différents comités qui guideront sa mise en œuvre dans la région et au sein de chaque pays, de convenir des responsabilités de chacun et surtout de construire ensemble une feuille de route cohérente et adaptée aux réalités de nos territoires. Je tiens à remercier tous les partenaires impliqués, notamment l'IGAD, l'OMS, la Banque mondiale, pour ne citer que cela, pour leur soutien continu et leur confiance dans les institutions régionales. Ensemble, soyons à la hauteur du défi en mettant en place des systèmes de santé plus résilients, plus réactifs et plus solidaires. Je déclare donc officiellement ouverte la réunion technique du lancement du projet régional d'IGAD sur la lutte contre la Mpox, la maladie de Marburg, les autres pandémies émergentes. Merci de votre attention et excellents travaux à tous. Merci. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you, SG, for those great remarks. The need to build capacities, the need for early detection, the need to have a roadmap on how we can use this project to support the challenges and the problems or the public health problems that we have in the region. And that is why we are here today and tomorrow. We will present the project, the details, the activities, what we've spent, where the money is. As we speak, that big figure, where is it? I think that is what we all want to hear. I can assure you it is not in our pockets, it's not in our account, it is somewhere, and we will tell you where it is. With that, I want to invite, but before I invite, we want to again thank the government, the Republic of Uganda, for hosting us. This is Ministries of Foreign Affairs. For the last 5 years, when we were appointed to this position, we got to understand that Ministries of Foreign Affairs and the foreign policy has a big department on public health diplomacy. And IGAD has a dedicated department in all the Ministries of Foreign Affairs. And now that Uganda is hosting, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs together with the Office of Her Excellency took up this responsibility, and we have the director with us, Dr. Edith. Please join us in welcoming everybody, and thank you for facilitating this. Please, let's appreciate Dr. Edith.
Thank you, Dr. Fatuma. Good morning. Good morning to you all. Assalamu alaikum. Habari ya asubuhi. Yeah. You're most welcome to the Pearl of Africa and to Munyonyo. It is so serene. There is no reason not to be happy. Just look at the environment. Take time and just look at the beauty behind you. That is what you should experience in this beautiful country. So our guest of honor, Dr. Charles Orlaro, the DG, Minister of Health. Our chair, the Secretary General, Dr. Muhammad from Djibouti. Our IGAD head of mission. The experts, our dear experts from member states. Distinguished partners. We have WHO and IFRC. Distinguished delegates, dear ladies and gentlemen, I carry greetings from my permanent secretary, Minister of Foreign Affairs, who unfortunately could not make it to this important meeting due to competing priorities. Dr. Fatuma has helped me to explain why Foreign Affairs is here. Perhaps maybe many of you would be, could have been wondering, what is Foreign Affairs doing in this? Yes, we are all here because the mandate of Foreign Affairs the mandate of Foreign Affairs is outside the borders of the nation. So the activities we are handling fall under that docket. As much as we cannot do it alone, these days we are talking of integrated government, we are talking of what's the word, Dr. Olara, apart from integrated government? Governments coming together, coordinated governments. So it is with immense honor and privilege that I welcome you all to this crucial IGAD high-level technical consultation for the Pandemic Preparedness and Response, PREPARE project. Your presence here today in Kampala is a powerful testament to our collective commitment to a healthier, more resilient IGAD region. This gathering is more than just a meeting. It is where the strategic vision of the PREPARE project is transformed into actionable, on-the-ground plans. You know, we are always accused of conferencing, moving from one workshop. Dr. Miriam here maybe knows this better. We move from one workshop to the other, one workshop to the other, and at the end of the day, the question is always, what next? What is the tangible output out of all this? So I trust that this meeting marks a critical step forward in our shared journey towards a unified regional health security framework. Distinguished delegates, we need only to look at our recent history to understand the urgency of this moment. The pandemics we've faced and the recent 2024 mpox outbreak in Uganda all starkly remind us that in the face of a pandemic, no single country is an island. Our health, our economies, and our very security are inextricably linked. The speed at which a pathogen can cross our borders is a sobering lesson. Remember our story of HIV/AIDS, Ebola, COVID, and so many others. And most recently, the mpox. We've seen, all these have helped us see firsthand how regional efforts enabled by organizations like IGAD with support from our partners have empowered our scientists and policymakers with real-time information and tools to boost our response and resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move forward, I urge every one of us to fully commit to the implementation of this project. Our collective security depends on our weakest link. Let us embrace the philosophy of a one region, one health response. The issues we delve into over the coming days are not just technical, they are foundational to preparing our region for a secure future. I have no doubt that your deliberations will pave the way for a new era of cooperation. In closing, I wish to reiterate the profound message of preparedness, as preparedness has always saved lives, we all know, and also to echo Dr. Miriam's words and Dr. Fatuma's words of no other pandemic should find us unprepared. I think that is a catchword we are all leaving this room with. No other pandemic should find us unprepared. We echo those words, and I wish to reiterate them as well. I welcome you once again to the Pearl of Africa, and as usual, I implore you to take some time to enjoy the beauty and serene environment of Kampala. I wish you fruitful deliberations and thank the IGAD Secretariat for the tireless efforts towards the social and economic transformation of our region, and to thank Dr. Fatuma for choosing Uganda to host this important meeting. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank our partners. We have WHO and IFRC for the continuous and enormous support extended to us. And to the experts, thank you so much for your unwavering commitment and effort in addressing the health challenges that transcend borders. With those few remarks, I wish to say, have a blessed week, have a pleasant stay in Uganda, and please come again. The door is always open. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Edith. Rest assured that we will come back and we will work on having an integrated region. With that, please, let's put our hands together for Dr. Charles Olaro, the Director General, Ministry of Health, to officially bless us for us to proceed.
Thank you, Dr. Fatima. The IGAD member states chair, which is Djibouti, the IGAD heads of missions, so it's called the High Excellency Jocelyn Bigirwa, the head of mission Uganda, and our colleague Fatuma Ada, the head of mission Kenya, the regional head of IFRC, WHO, representatives from the Pandemic Fund, WHO, IFRC, and our esteemed partners, the technical heads, leads of the MDS of IGAD member states, the director generals of the other member states, all distinguished delegates from IGAD member states. I also want to recognize all the other colleagues of mine who represent the agencies under the One Health platform, the director, head of animal industries and fish, Minister of Agriculture, Dr. Ademun Anaros, who has just joined us. Ladies and gentlemen, I first want to thank all those who have made statements before me, and I want to align myself with them. And I want to first say that truly, as a country, we want to welcome you to Uganda, especially Minister of Health. It gives us an honor and pleasure to warmly welcome you to Munyonyo for this important occasion, which is the official launch of the Pandemic Preparedness and Response, codenamed Prepare Project for the IGAD region. I did mention that I wanted to align myself with the statements, and I want to reaffirm that really no pandemic or epidemic should get us unprepared. I want to just re-echo my own personal experience. It was until just February of this year when I was handed over the office of the Director General of Health Services. And just less than 30 days, I think on the 30th of March, there was an outbreak of Ebola. So I said that, is this how they welcome Director Generals in this country? So I had to contain myself, apart from the mpox, which was ongoing. We definitely had to see how to do it, to handle. And that's also where you know that the financing landscape was fast changing. So I have already had the experience to manage that. Despite all those challenges, we're able to bring the outbreak to control. We did not export any case outside of Uganda, and all the cases which we're able to get, apart from those probable cases, all those ones which we got and they were alive, we're able to manage them and discharge them alive. So we really want to thank the teams which are able to do that. So we're looking at definitely that this Prepare project is coming in to build on already existing capacities. And we really would want that that's the platform which is one that we want to be able to build in on the sustainable investment and also be able to provide us a resilient services. So this definitely marks our shared commitment to safeguard the health security of our people, because there will be no part of this region which will be safe if there is any outbreak. So we gathered today, we are reminded of the persistent threats of infectious diseases. There have been listed mpox, Marburg, Ebola, measles, polio, cholera, and other epidemics-prone diseases that continue to challenge the resilience of our health systems. And these threats you know, always on our borders, that we cannot stop people. But first of all, what are actually the borders which are there? Because I sometimes have been at the border points and I'm not seeing. They just told us that there's some imaginary line there. And in the reality, actually the borders are what? And not there, because the people are just moving to and on. So whereas for us, we're looking at that there really exist borders, but in terms of movement of people, the borders actually don't exist. So they demand no less than a stronger, coordinated, and a multi-sectoral response. So Uganda, like many of the countries, has experienced firsthand the impact of the recurrent epidemics. We haven't seen the fragile health systems can be stressed, and then sometimes definitely communities, the lives of communities are disrupted, and how the livelihoods and the economies can be affected. So we're not talking of just health alone, it's just really talking of all the other aspects of life. But we can also see that much of this, we can be stronger when we work together as a region and in solidarity. So we are looking at this, that how can we be able to share this information? How can we be able to do that? And I'm happy that this we have been able to do it quite very, very well. Indeed, today a consultative meeting to build on the solid foundation of the previous collaborations, efforts between IGAD and member states and our partners, allow me to recall a few milestones that have paved the way to this moment where we are today. And I'm happy to meet those who we met the other time. In March, April 2024, we had a regional consultative meeting, which was convened at Entebbe, where we jointly discussed human resources, capacities, gaps for pandemic preparedness. We reviewed the curriculum and strategies under the incident management system and the One Health framework. 1 month later, in April 2024 again, we still had a meeting in Entebbe. We're on training of trainers on public health emergencies management, which was held to strengthen national capacities to cascade knowledge and skills across the countries. And that's the reason when I was waking up this morning, actually I saw the meeting was in Entebbe, because I thought all other meetings have been in what? Entebbe. It's good Jocelyn had called me yesterday and we had spoken and told me it's in Munyonyo. Otherwise I would have gone to Entebbe, because I thought all IGAD meetings, I think they like to have them in Entebbe. We also followed up with the training of public health emergency operation centers, equipping them with the 717 principles for timely emergency response, which I imagine you are aware of, with 7 days to detect, 1 day to declare, and 7 days to do what? To respond, to be able to reduce the effect and outcome. Later in Machakos, Kenya, we had a cross-border frontline health workers, including those from Uganda, Kenya, Sudan, Somalia, and Ethiopia, to strengthen our capacity for early detection and response at high-risk borders. Similarly, again, we had another One Health meeting, learning event in which brought us together to share experiences, refining those competences and frameworks. So these initiatives, ladies and gentlemen, is supported by IGAD and our partners. And it's a testament to the steady progress we are making in building a resilient regional health security architecture with the objectives of strengthening cross-border surveillance, enhancing laboratories, building the health workforce which we require, and advancing the One Health platforms, coordinations. as all of you have known that all these outbreaks were dealing with the zoonotic diseases. So it means that we cannot do without having all the aspects of the environment and the animal health to be able to address. That even if we strengthen the human health without you addressing all the other aspects, you will not be able to achieve what we intend to achieve. So during this definitely prepare project, we have had response to Mpox, Ebola. We also have had a consultative meeting on prepare project today, and therefore it's not just a ceremonial event, but sharing technical ideas of how we project the project will benefit our individual countries. So we'll have a chance to listen to each country, what they intend to do to be able to achieve this. I am sure that a majority of them, the areas covered will almost be the same, though probably there will be some few differences which do exist. So I call on you to action that the reminder of our shared responsibilities to act decisively, to pool these resources, and to maintain our shared responsibility to act decisively, and also maintain a political will that's necessary to confront epidemics and pandemic threats. So our commitment as leaders today assures us that we are moving in the right direction. As Uganda, we are reaffirm our readiness to work closely with the IGAD member states. And I must say that we are still open to hosting you. So don't say that you hosted you today, you don't want to come again. We are open to continue hosting you and to work with all the partners in ensuring that the successful implementation of the Prepare project. So together we can build stronger systems which protect lives and secure the future of the health and the prosperity of the region. So before I close, just as has been mentioned that we need to run integrated governments, I was talking to Jocelyn and I was saying that now what happens for me to save you from dying from a communicable disease and then you die because of a non-communicable disease? So the reason why I didn't mention that is that, yes, whereas these resources has come to see how we strengthen on our response on communicable disease, what elements can we of non-communicable disease can we be able to integrate? Because we might not have other resources, but within the ecosystems which you work, when the patients come or wherever respond, we're dealing with the patients with the chronic care disease. So how are we able to do that so that we support NCDs? You all recall that when we had COVID, the majority of those who died definitely had comorbidities. And comorbidities some of them were communicable diseases like HIV, but also there are those which had NCDs. The same thing also we observed during the aspect of Mpox. So and then also we saw that those who had TB had a very poor outcome, particularly when they got COVID. So it's on this background that I am ending and saying that as we meet here and as we conclude our plans, can we be able to see that without losing the main focus of the Prepare project, can we still be able to add in an element of integrating on addressing aspect of non-communicable diseases? With these remarks, now once again, my pleasure once again to welcome to Uganda and wish you fruitful deliberations and coming few days. And it's my pleasure to officially declare this Prepare meeting open. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, DG. Let's put our hands together, a serious one. Where is Dr. Sunday? Yes, Dr. Sunday, we have a brand club for this project. We will help you, the others who've not had it. Yes, can we appreciate our dignitaries?
Can we warm our hands? Warm them, warm them, warm them. Asante sana. Yongeza tena. Now that was for those who didn't know about the clapping. So you have learned. So we're going to repeat one more time. Asante sana. Yongeza tena. Thank you so much.
For the Swahili speakers, you've heard the word nyongeza. I will not say much. Yeah, the siblings, we know, we will discuss what that means. With that, we have DG dignitaries, we have a big delegation, and we want you to know who they are, but time is not on our side, and therefore I have taken the liberty to redefine our introduction, and that we'll go alphabetically, acknowledge everyone, and we want you to raise your hand when I mention the delegation. So in the House, DG and the rest of the dignitaries, we have a big team from the One Health sector, from the government of Djibouti. Djibouti, we want you to wave your hand. Let's thank you, led by DG Dr. Mohammed. We are happy to have you with us. We also have a big delegation from the Federal Republic of Ethiopia to wave their hand. Thank you. We also have a big delegation from the Republic of Kenya, Team Kenya. Thank you. We also have a big delegation from the government of Somalia, from all the One Health sector, Somalia. Thank you. We also have a serious delegation from the Republic of South Sudan. Thank you. Our sisters and brothers from Sudan, sorry. Thank you. They've taken, we will explain that. Thank you for joining us despite all the challenges in bringing you here, but it is, it shall come to end. It shall end, I think. Our host, the government of Uganda, if you can wave. Thank you for hosting us. We have IFRC and the societies, the Red Cross and the Red Crescent societies. Thank you for joining us. We have partners. I know Afenet was supposed to join us. Afrohoon was supposed to join us. Co-Group Polio. I don't know if we have a partner around except WHO. Yes. Thank you. Let's appreciate them for joining us. And we have the IGAD team, directors. I know our chief of staff is with us. Chief? Yes. The directors, the IGAD team, can you wave your hand so that this is Team IGAD, including myself. We are all over there. We have a very big team to support you administratively, both from IGAD and the government of Uganda, particularly the Ministry of Health, to provide the necessary support. And after this introduction, we want to go for a group photo, have a coffee break, invite the delegates back to their seats, and I will invite my colleagues to take the program forward. Yes. Yes, we've forgotten WHO. We have Dr. Mohammed online and Dr. Miriam and team, if you can wave your hand. Thank you, WHO, for that, and apology for forgetting you. I know you've seen we have all sat together as Secretariat, WHO, IGAD, IFRC. The Prepare team is now one, and we will ensure that we deliver as one, but we also expect countries to deliver as one IGAD on this Prepare. Thank you very much, and let us appreciate ourselves, all of us. Sharon, communication team, Dr. Shadrach, how do we proceed for the group photo?
Thank you everyone. Distinguished guests, it is good to register our, image at this moment, so that we have that imagery evidence that we are actually here. It has been customary that we take photos down at the stairs. I think it's the ground floor at the stairs, unless the communication team, you have an otherwise suggestion. Yes, I see a thumbs up. So we will follow Sharon. Madam Sharon, kindly raise your hand. So we will follow Madam Sharon. Kindly, let's have the photo before we have our teas and coffee. I think sometimes teas and coffee as a way of dispersing us and exciting us. So before that, let's have our photo. Madam Sharon, kindly raise your hand again. Let's follow Madam Sharon. Thank you very much, distinguished guest. Yes. Yes, as we move to follow Sharon, we are also officially seeking consent, verbal consent. If there is anyone who does not want his photo to be taken, kindly raise your hand.
Anyone who has reservations on his photo taken, please raise your hand. If you don't want, you can stay away from the photo. But we also want visual accountability. That is part of where the money is. Let's proceed.
Thank you very much. There's no hand raised, and we consider that everyone has accepted.
Yes.
Officially.
Thank you. Please join us. Good morning again, distinguished delegates. Good morning. Good morning, please. We want to start the next session. Team Djibouti, Team Kenya, Uganda, South Sudan, IGAD, IFRC. Please rejoin us. Let's take our seats. Colleagues, let's reconvene. Yes, we go back. Thank you. Excellency Jocelyn, Sudan. Please. We want to start. Please join Sudan. Karibu, go with. We can carry. Thank you. Sit. This is a new, yeah. Thank you again. Thank you for taking up your seats. On the screen, we have an enhanced password internet package. Thank you. We want to begin. On your screen, for those who have challenges in connecting to the internet, we provided a stronger, better internet service from IGAD. Let's decongest the internet provider, the network for the hotel. I know we are a big team. Let's take our seats again. In the morning, I want to officially register my apology to Africa CDC. Africa CDC is with us. Doctor, thank you for joining us. And as we move on, we will be joined by other partners and respective member states who are joining us this morning. And was this again? We will be joined by senior IGAD directors who I understand are also in a meeting. As they come, we will acknowledge them. Director Planning, the coordinator for the IGAD Resilience Program, we have the Chief of Staff, we have the IGAD spokesperson, we have the IGAD legal team who've joined us, the legal counsel, and as they come in, we will appreciate them. With that, I want to invite Dr. Shadrach and Dr. Abade to take a program.
Tech team, kindly give me the projection. Tech team. Recognizing the IGAD head of mission, Uganda, IGAD head of mission, Kenya, IGAD head of mission, Ethiopia, Djibouti, Somalia, Sudan, and South Sudan. Recognizing also the head of delegation, IFRC, recognizing the head of delegation, WHO, recognizing also the IGAD chair, Djibouti, and MOFA Uganda, as well as the Ministry of Health, the head of delegation, Dr. Charles Olaro, all protocol observed, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are also aware that we have been joined by the DGs of the One Health Line Ministries, the IGAD member states. We are also being joined by the technical leads in each of these respective line ministries. Good morning. My name is Shadrach Koye. I'm honored to take over this session. And in this session, we are going to briefly go through the objectives of this workshop, this consultative meeting. And just for your information, this is a technical expert consultative meeting. And we are indeed blessed to have participants from all the IGAD member states gathered to here. Colleagues, apologies again. Tech team, I think we opened the wrong presentation. So thank you very much. I am honored to stand here so that we go through the objectives of this workshop, this consultative technical meeting. This is Preparedness for Pandemic Response project. So if we are here for a meeting other than this one, maybe you may want to walk out right away. So that we don't waste your time, basically. Thank you very much. So we are honored again to be here, and we want to go through the objectives of this meeting, what actually brings us here, again, so that we don't ask the question, why are we here? What are we doing here? Basically, we are here to review the Prepare project design, and we'll also know what progress were made so far. We are here to understand the Prepare project governance structure and the involved stakeholders. We are also here to understand the country frameworks and current actions in the multi-sectoral pandemic preparedness and response. So we'll also want to hear from the countries. We also want to establish technical working groups for the Prepare project implementation and review the respective terms of reference. So this is what brings us here, basically. If you look at the objectives, we are all involved. We are all active participants. And there is also an element of a workshop, yeah? Because we are working, we will really be working either in groups or in plenary as well. So it's not just a meeting, it's very involving meeting. It is a participatory meeting as much as possible. And we will be engaging each and everyone in this meeting. Before I take you through the overview of the Preparedness for Pandemic Response Project, I just want to mention that we have been here for the last 3 days. We started on Monday, and on Tuesday, we were also here. On Monday and Tuesday, which is the 25th and the 26th, for those who are joining us today, it was an rather in-house meeting between the principal partners, or as we call them in the project, the three entities, WHO, IGAD, and IFRC, who were having an inception meeting for this project. And in this meeting, they were reviewing the progress. They were also looking at their governance structure, which they worked on and will be presenting to you. We also looked at the various terms of reference of various committees which will be involved in the management of this project. And so we also prepared for this is prepare. So we also prepared for this particular meeting. So this particular meeting is a result of various efforts, different organizations, different entities involved in this project, preparing together so that we can have this meeting. And indeed, we are in the mood of preparedness. Thank you very much. If you look at the program, you'll see this morning we had opening remarks, so that session is done. Just to take you through the program. Maybe I'll give you a few seconds just to grab your program so that you know what is ahead of us today and tomorrow. Inside the folder that you have in front of you, you'll also find a project brief. This project brief outlines what this project is all about, what we want to achieve, the partners involved, and is in line with the presentation that I'm about to give. So there's also a learning brief as a result of an activity that was conducted in Entebbe a few months ago. Again, this is it was part of this very project. So I've been asked to raise the project brief. So this is the project brief. It's very brief, as the name suggests, and also we have the learning brief, just 4 pages. We know sometimes our policymakers don't have much time to peruse through many pages that sometimes we develop, but kindly we have the 2 briefs. Go through them. There are a number of advocacy and knowledge management products that will be coming out from this project, and we'll disseminate them in due course. So we will have an overview of the Regional Pandemic Fund. After that, we'll have, we've taken a group photo. Thank you very much for your cooperation. We'll also have the Prepare project components. We will hear again what are the components of the Prepare project. We'll have also a brief on the MPOX response activities that did take place, and also hear about the Prepare Phase 2 activities. So all this presentation are to bring us to the same page as far as what is involved in this project. We'll also hear from WHO a presentation on building resilience and health system, and after that we'll hear from Africa CDC. I remember I saw someone from Africa CDC. If not today, then it will be tomorrow. I will get that update and inform accordingly. After that, we'll have country presentations, and the country presentations will take us up to day 2, starting with Djibouti and ending in Uganda tomorrow. That will is quite a long list there for all the IGAD member states to present to us what we are doing in our different respective countries on pandemic, epidemic, multi-sectoral preparedness. And then we will take some time. There will be actually a small group that will be set up to refine the communique. They will have started on day 1 at the end of the day, so not everyone will be involved there. But on day 2, they will refine at around 10, when all others have gone for break, they will refine the communique that will be signed in the ministerial meeting on Friday. We will also have a moment where we will look at the terms of reference and for this particular project, and you can see there are different committees, different technical working groups that already we have the terms of reference for, and we'll want feedback from our member states. And so we will take that time for that purpose. The team that will be drafting the communique will present to us the communique, which will be signed on Friday, 12 to 1, and we will get feedback. And thereafter, we'll have a way forward. We go for lunch, have a way forward, and close the meeting. So thank you very much. So this is how our day will go. As we all know, on Friday, we will have the launch, the project launch, and we will be, we'll have our ministers. We will be joined by our ministers, led by Her Excellency, the Minister of Health, the Republic of Uganda. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, allow me to present to you an overview of the Preparedness for Pandemic Response Project. This is part of a series of presentations that will bring us on the same page as far as what this project is all about and how is it implemented, and also how you as member states, you will be engaged. Indeed, already you are engaged. I don't want to emphasize much about what has been said this morning, and we had this morning how COVID-19 really awoke us to the reality that we can be attacked anytime, and that we need to be prepared. Yeah, the invisible enemies can attack us anytime, and that we need to get ready. And I don't want to again overemphasize that never again will we be found unprepared. And in terms of preparedness, we have to tailor this preparedness in our country context, supported, of course, by the regional coordination, regional collaboration, and multi-country engagement, as well as multi-sectoral engagement. Now, pandemic preparedness aims to reduce the impact of pandemics. This project, Prepare, it aims to reduce the impact of pandemics and epidemics within the One Health framework. And that's why we have several ministries here represented. Different sectors. This is a multi-sectoral approach. It's not a jurisdiction of only one sector. We all know that effective pandemic fund implementation, the effective Prepare project implementation requires a multi-sectoral approach integrating different sectors: human health, animal health, environmental health, as well as the wildlife sector. We know that this project, and as had been said before, is funded by Pandemic Fund, which is a World Bank-led global financing mechanism, and that the current project, which is the Prepare project, our project, is part of the round 2 of the funding allocation. This is a second funding round. IGAD and partners have been awarded a regional project by the Pandemic Fund. As Dr. Miriam had indicated during her opening remarks, during the WHO opening remarks, there are countries, and we are happy to have Ethiopia, who actually benefited from the first round. And we are also happy that there are our neighbors, our adjacent countries, who have also benefited from the round 2, DRC, Rwanda, and Burundi, which I believe DRC and Rwanda, we share a border with Uganda. The aim of the pandemic fund, which we actually subscribe to as a project, is to boost resilience to the future pandemics in funded countries and region. We strengthen disease surveillance. The aim is to strengthen disease surveillance and early warning, laboratory systems, improve laboratory system, and also improve health workforce in the regions and target countries. The IGAD Regional Prepare Project, in terms of the summary, it involves the 7 countries of IGAD. These are the IGAD member states. We have Djibouti. Djibouti is well represented in this meeting. Ethiopia, Kenya, Somalia, Uganda, South Sudan, and Sudan. I think we are all represented here. We know that IGAD is proximate or adjacent to the epicenters of the many pandemics that have been happening. And you can see from the map where we are located, next to the culprits or the epicenters of the pandemics, DRC, Congo, Burundi, and Rwanda. We are very close to them. And therefore, this alludes to the threat that we are actually addressing. This project, the critical partners, the principal stakeholders and partners who are leading the implementation of this project is WHO. I think we've heard from WHO this morning. WHO, by the language of Pandemic Fund, is actually called the implementing entity. IGAD is the regional delivery entity. I think there's a mistake there. It's a regional entity, and then IFRC is the delivery entity. So there's the terminologies there that we use. WHO is the implementing entity, IGAD is the regional entity, and IFRC is the delivery entity. Other partners who are involved, and we have been engaging you so far, both in the regional projects as well as in-country activities, as well as cross-border activities. We have the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Livestock, Ministry of Environment, and Ministry of Wildlife. It was indicated in the morning that we must declare how much is available for this project. We have close to 32 million, and that this project will be implemented in 2 phases, as we are going to see, across around 3 years. What's the implementation arrangement? So that again, we understand how this project is being implemented. You see at the top there, you see WHO, which is the implementing entity, and WHO, what's the role, overall role of WHO is to provide direct link to Pandemic Fund, but also provide technical support, technical backstopping. Then we have IGAD, and IGAD is in charge of the regional level activity, and together with IFRC, IGAD is the working together with partners and also the IGAD member states. They have a direct link with the IGAD member states. Then we also have IFRC, which is primarily in charge of the community cross-border level activities. And IFRC will be working with the Red Cross, Red Crescent national societies, and indeed this morning we heard from Uganda Red Cross. I want to say at this moment that yes, IGAD is active at the regional level, but is collaborating closely with IFRC, even in these regional level activities. The same way, IFRC is primarily in charge of community cross-border level activities. However, you will see as we roll out this project that there are also activities that IGAD is involved in. So again, this is a big family, WHO, IGAD, and IFRC, that we will be implementing this project jointly, working with a number of partners who you see listed there. I believe you seated there, you can see where you are actually connected to this project. The arrows, the big arrows, the blue arrows you see there, and it is important for you to know, the resources, the funding comes from the Pandemic Fund, Secretariat, and it goes directly to WHO. And WHO has a letter of agreement with IGAD so that they are able to transfer some funds to IGAD. Of course, they remain with some for the role that they have to play. And then IGAD receives the rest after WHO has chopped off a piece. And Miriam is saying a small piece. And IGAD then has a cooperation agreement. I hope I've got it right. Cooperation agreement with IFRC. And IGAD remains with some cake, a piece of cake, and the rest of the cake goes to IFRC, which you can see working very closely with the Red Crescent, Red Cross national societies. So this is how the project is being implemented. Again, I know you have already located yourself where you are. You are direct linkage to who you will be directly linking to. The project has three components, and we will come back in another presentation and highlight the details of these components, but generally there are four integral components. We have the early warning and disease surveillance systems, we have the laboratory system strengthening, and we also have the component of strengthening human resources and public health and community workforce capacity. We also have the coordination, policy, and advocacy component. Now, the Prepare project has two phases. We have phase one, which is the current phase that we are in, which is the Mpox response phase, which support countries affected by Mpox in mitigating the effect of infectious diseases and halting its spread. We also have the phase two, which will in earnest begin very soon, which is the One Health approach to pandemic preparedness and response, working closely with the 4 One Health line ministries, which we keep on mentioning. What will be the role of, what is the role of WHO in the project? Facilitating linkages between IGAD and IFRC and Pandemic Fund Secretariats, providing access to the funds, and I think we have mentioned that, for project implementation, providing technical oversight for the entire project, and ensuring high-level accountability. The role of IGAD is fostering a One Health approach, because IGAD has got the direct link with the member states, and more specifically the One Health line ministries. IGAD will also leverage in its specialized institutions to coordinate and implement with the member states, and we are a number of IGAD specialized institutions, those working on livestock, those working on climate, and so on. We also have a role, IGAD has a role for policy and advocacy, ensuring that there's policy coherence and that advocacy agenda are pushed forward. Indeed, our Friday event is a big advocacy activity. IGAD will also be very critical in the data sharing between countries, as well as providing a coordination or coordination platforms at various levels, at regional level, at national level, as well as cross-border level. We have IFRC, which is will provide community trust and access, enabling and supporting effective risk communication and behavior change at community level. IFRC, as we know, also has a wide network, the Red Cross, courtesy of Red Cross, Red Crescent National Society, who normally are really fast responders, and they will provide the frontline response where needed. Red Cross will also facilitate rapid deployment of volunteer network, as we know, and I think we all acknowledge the role of IFRC working closely with the Red Cross, Red Crescent through the extensive volunteer network, again, through the deployment through the Red Cross, Red Crescent National Societies. Community engagement, of course, since and because of the wide volunteer network, the wide existence, mostly in our cross-border areas where we are targeting, they will also be supporting community engagement. As IGAD is facilitating the One Health action at regional level, IFRC will also ensure that there's coordination of One Health actions at national and also at cross-border level. We have the Prepare governance structure. I was mentioning, I think it was yesterday, that whenever you look at this structure for the first time, it looks very complex. But the more you interact with it, the more you understand it. Those of us at the different ministries, particularly Ministry of Health, you may have seen this before during our past engagement in different sectors or in different subsector within health, and you may have seen that our structure goes up to the community level, and that we also have different technical working groups to address different technical issues arising as the project is being implemented. So you can see at the base there, we have the IGAD One Health. I don't know if there's a pointer. Thank you. I think there is. Tech team, kindly help. With the pointer, tech team, kindly. So at the base there, we have IGAD One Health multi-sector technical working groups, and you can see surveillance, workforce development, laboratory, and coordination and advocacy, as well as M&D technical working group. And tech team, kindly, I need a pointer. This one is not working. So you see at the base there, and on the left side, or you can see that the technical working groups are feeding information and reporting to the project implementation team, and the project implementation team is composed of IGAD, IFRC, and WHO. How does it work? Thank you very much. So you can see on the left there, so there's a project implementation team, and again, this is composed of IGAD, IFRC, and WHO, technical staff who are working on a day-to-day basis to ensure that activities are running well. And as you go up, then you see this, the project implementation team reports and, reports and text information, scales up the information where needed for some strategic decision making to the project management unit, and the project management unit is actually composed of the senior management of IGAD, WHO, and IFRC. Then we have, take team kindly, I think I'm having difficulties without the pointer. And then I will come down again, and we will start again at the base where we have the technical working group, and the technical working group also feeds information to the national and cross-border focal points who report to a regional committee which is composed of multi-sectoral emergency preparedness response departments of IGAD member states. And they also feed information and report to the Prepare Steering Committee. And in this Prepare Steering Committee, we have the DGs of all the One Health line ministries represented. And of course, you can see above them, we have the sectoral ministers of One Health line ministries who will be joining us on Friday. So on the left side, it's basically a project farmer on the left side from where you are sitting, I believe, all of you. On the left side, we will see that we have a fairly project-specific structure. And then on the far right, you can see it's more or less IGAD official, IGAD project or program structure. All in all, you can see the IGAD Secretariat is at the center of the structure, and that the Council of Ministers are very, very well informed through various pathways, and eventually you see the Assembly of Heads of States and Government very much informed through, again, the Council of Ministers. And this is very important that we engage every organ that is very critical for project implementation, critical for advocacy work, and critical for sustainability. Thank you very much, and thank you very much. And as a follow-up to this presentation, I will invite my colleague, Dr. Abade, to proceed with the components of this project. Thank you very much.
Do I say shukran or I say thank you? Okay. Good morning, everyone. Or good afternoon. Oh, good afternoon. Sorry for that. Okay, should be this one here. Should be this one. Just put it on slideshow. So my task this morning is I'm going to talk of two components. One is to take you through the project component. And the second thing that I'm going to mention is to take you through phase 2 activity. As Shadrach mentioned, we have two phases of this project. Phase 1 was focusing on MPOX, and phase 2 is basically concentrating on other events. That does not mean that we will not have MPOX activity in phase 2. But before I start, I just wanted us to take a minute and reflect on the pictures that I've put on that. The first one is we had an issue of a mass camel death in some part of. Then the second picture is a truck that got an accident. Then this truck was carrying sodium cyanide. You can imagine what implication can it have. Then I also want you to take a few moments to look at that picture. This is what I went through media scanning and managed to get this photo. Does it constitute us to start preparing for public health emergency? In addition to that, we have this good picture again. Uganda baffled by dead patch washed up on Lake Victoria shore. Do we need to prepare? Do we need to use the One Health approach to address this issue? Then we talk of also poisoning that also constitute to public health emergency that warrants us to really work on our system and ensure we have proper surveillance. Then this is also from the media, Uganda rapid response to avian influenza outbreak in birds. Imagine if we were not to fix our system and this one now becomes a pandemic, what happens? So ideally, the reason why I was projecting this picture is we really need to prepare for any public health event. Then we are talking of the One Health approach. Do we really need to make sure that we sit down together on the same table and plan together as one health line ministries and approach public health emergency? And this takes me to what I'm supposed to present, the focus of this Preparedness for Pandemic Response project. It covers 4 areas. The first area is early warning and disease surveillance system. The second is laboratory systems. How does the laboratory also support surveillance? Then most importantly, do we have enough workforce? Okay, to ensure that we are able to prepare for any public health emergency. Then the fourth component is coordination, policy and advocacy. And the other thing I will also request from the member states is there are some asks that we have for member states. So as Shadrach mentioned, there are 4 important integral components. One is early warning and disease surveillance system. How do we ensure that whenever we have any emergency, we are able to detect from our systems? And one thing I think from today's opening remarks, we have about the issue of IHR, the joint external evaluation, and how best we can improve our 717 timeliness matrix. How do we enhance surveillance at the port of entry or at the border point? How do we ensure that laboratory supports surveillance and we are able to meet the timeliness matrix? Then how many people do we need? What is the workforce that we require for us to effectively respond to public health emergency? We are talking of 1 epidemiologist per every 200,000 population. Is that enough for us to prepare? How many nurses do we need in terms of case management? How many doctors do we need? So I think this project will really help us to address some of those issues. And I also want to repeat that there are 3 entities in this project. We have WHO, who is an implementing entity. Then IGAD, which is a regional entity. IFRC, which is the delivery entity. Definitely, IGAD will be working closely with the member states during the implementation and specialized institution. We also don't want to leave training institutions, universities. Then IFRC will also work closely with the member states through the Red Cross, Red Crescent Society. So I want to focus on the 4 components and go into the details of each. The first component is early warning and disease surveillance system. Under this component, we have 6 target outcomes. And the first outcome is to strengthen and harmonize cross-border surveillance mechanism at the port of entry. The second one is to improve IT infrastructure and system to support disease surveillance. I'm sure most of our countries have started discussing about the digital health, the data modernization initiative that will help us to improve our surveillance. Strengthen operation capacity of cross-border One Health Public Health Emergency Operations Center. The fourth outcome is to improve regional cross-border collaboration for preparedness and response to epidemic-prone diseases through revitalized community-based priority across border sites. And the fifth one, is a regional pandemic preparedness and response plan is developed, owned, and operationalized. Then there's issue of the risk communication and community engagement. Systems are designed and operationalized to improve trusted early warning system to ensure communities and decision makers have access to timely and accurate pandemic. All these activities, the activities under these objectives and outcome are what we call high-level activities. So the reason why we have this meeting is we'll be sitting down with the countries to see how we can unpack this activity and come up with more specific activities that are priority for the member states. The second, the activities under the first component, the first scope, we have a total of 7 activities that are designed, which are high-level activities. The first activity is to develop, validate, disseminate, and operationalize harmonized regional cross-border One Health surveillance tool. And basically, because we'll be involved in curriculum also, we'll be involved in training, we'll also need to have curriculum to do the training. The second one is to conduct joint training on regional harmonized tool, curriculum for relevant stakeholders in One Health, including at the community level. The third activity will be to develop, strengthen common digital cross-border One Health surveillance data repository platform for and support country data analytics, issue of data analysis, information sharing, and reporting for mpox and other diseases with epidemic and pandemic potential. The fourth activity is to support capacity building and mentoring of monitoring and detection and rapid response in cross-border areas. I want to say is, for this project, one thing that we need to note is we need to strengthen our systems within the cross-border. Then the second component is we need to use the One Health approach. Any activities that we do, we need to consider the One Health approach. The fifth activity is to facilitate biannual meeting of multi-sectoral One Health cross-border committees, strengthening the cross-border committees with support from the national societies to review collaboration and data management for pandemic preparedness and response. The sixth one is to conduct one annual regional One Health learning and review event. And the seventh one, which is the last one, under this first scope, is to develop and the development and validation of gender-sensitive and inclusive pandemic and epidemic preparedness and response plan, including risk communication strategies for early warning, early action based on community insights and feedback. Then for our second component, which is laboratory, which also supports the surveillance arm, is to strengthen the capacity of laboratory supporting cross-border areas to characterize and confirm disease outbreaks and other diseases, disease epidemic potential, including mpox. And there are a total of 3 target outcomes for this. The first one is to prioritize and strengthen diagnostic capacity and system for cross-border laboratories to support surveillance and confirmation of outbreak-prone diseases in the region, including Mpox. The second target outcome for this is to enhance laboratory network to support cross-border testing for current outbreaks, that is Mpox and Marburg and other outbreaks-prone diseases, as well as to support specialized testing in the region, issue of genomic surveillance, enhance laboratory biosafety and biosecurity through development and implementation of the regional biosafety and biosecurity strategy for cross-border related activities. Under these component 2, we have a total of 10 high-level activities. One is to conduct consultative workshop to map and identify priority laboratories that can support One Health issues and diagnostic, including Mpox. The second one is to enhance diagnostic capacity and system of selected cross-border animal, human, and environmental issues. That entails testing and conducting genomic surveillance of priority illnesses, including Mpox. The third one is to support establishment of laboratory management information system interoperability with other information management system. We are talking of surveillance for action, collecting data, transmitting data so that it can be analyzed and inform intervention. The fourth one is support priority cross-border animal and human laboratories to meet minimum quality standards and guideline based on the quality. That is the QMS. The fifth one is to strengthen the operation and operationalizing of the cross-border laboratory network to incorporate human animal health for testing, typing, and genomics. We are talking of genomics. How do we use genomics to be able to know the transmission chain? The sixth one is to support adaptation and adoption of cross-border sample referral system and developing guidelines and SOPs in regards to referring sample from the border point to the reference laboratory. The seventh one is to review, harmonize, and adapt SOPs for cross-border joint case investigation for Mpox and other priority diseases in IGAD region that also supports zoonotic diseases. The eighth activity is to support development of regional biosafety and biosecurity strategy, support dissemination of regional strategy and guidelines, provide priority-based technical assistance to cross-border laboratories, to develop, adopt, integrate biosafety and biosecurity regime, content and manual, and a training program based on the regional guidance. Those are the 10 activities that are under scope 2. Then for scope number 3, which focuses much on the human resource part in regards to the human resource that will support pandemic preparedness, for pandemic response. The main objective is to strengthen regional cross-border health workforce and community system capacity to prepare and respond to One Health emergency and engage community effectively. Under these, we have 3 outcomes. The first outcome is the competencies and functions of cross-border One Health are identified, defined, harmonized, and validated in cross-border strategy, in cross-border strategies, tools, and curriculum. The second one is to the One Health workforce is able to apply the appropriate tools, instruments, and equipment to prevent, prepare, and respond to epidemic and pandemic. And the last one, the last outcome is community systems and community-led approaches are reinforced to deliver impact, resilient, and sustainability in preparing for and responding to public health emergencies. Under this scope, we have 6 high-level activities. The first activity talks about the issue of regional cross-border assessment to map and catalog multi-sectoral stakeholders. The second one is to develop, strengthen, and harmonize and align cross-border One Health curriculum, capacity building approach, and management tools, and context adopted and should consider issue of gender sensitivity. The third one is to roll out of regional cross-border focused TOT training on mobile population, on mobility issues and epidemic and pandemic preparedness for One Health managers at the border point. And you see the last column. The last column is the responsible entity between IGAD and I think some are IGAD activities and some are IFRC activities. And we also have timeline, which are bound also to change depending with how best we engage the member states. So the other activity is to conduct series of training for One Health, community-based workers, including community health workers, CHWs, and community animal health workers at the cross-border. Conduct cross-border joint support supervision for cross-border workforce. Support development and adoption and validation of minimum community engagement and community readiness standards and SOPs. That falls under scope number 4. Then we also, sorry for that. We also have to facilitate branding and media mobilization for project launching, which is under the responsibility of IGAD, and that's what's happening now. We have regional program launch and inception. We have also an activity on establishing an operationalization of the program management unit. Operationalizing the existing cross-border committees and facilitate biannual meeting to support coordination, mapping and identifying technical multi-agency group. The other activity is establishing and operationalization of technical working group, community of practice, thematic areas covered by the pandemic preparedness and response program. Development and rollout of standard tools, providing coaching, supporting and training to national societies, conduct operational research that will support surveillance, including social anthropological studies in cross-border areas, which will also inform the issue of surveillance. Participate or roll out of multi-sectoral readiness and preparedness. In regards to CIMEX, we talked of the JEE. So if you look at most of these activities are high-level activities. What we'll expect the countries and the member state to do is to see how we can unpack and this activity to come with more specific activity that will help us to achieve our intended objective and also contribute to the joint external evaluation. I'm sure most of our countries, the National Action Plans for Health Security, as we're implementing this, then we also need to align our activities with the National Action Plan for Health Security. And the last activity is to conduct regular tabletop review of community readiness in accordance with the community engagement and readiness standards. So those are the activities based on the 4 areas, critical areas. But for us to be able to achieve these all these activities and achieve our objective, we really need to work closely with the member states. And we have a number of asked to the member states that will help us implement this activity effectively and achieve all the intended objective. And One is in regards to political commitment and ownership. Without any political commitment, it will be very hard for us to really achieve and support the countries to achieve what we want the country to have at the end of the day. Then we will need to demonstrate high level of political support and embed preparedness in national priorities. This will also help us in the issue of sustainability, designate focal institution and technical leads across the sectors. The second ask is to strengthen One Health coordination. I'm sure most of the countries have one health unit. For the countries that don't have, probably maybe to form one and operationalize and convene regular national One Health meeting and platforms, ensure multi-sectoral representation, that is the health ministries, the livestock, the wildlife, the environment and disaster management. Align, the other ask that we have is integration into the national system. So the question that we need to ask ourselves is after the project, what happens? How do we sustain this? To align prepare activities with the national preparedness and response plan so that we can sustain the project. The other one is to mainstream project outputs, guidelines, tools, and training into the national system. And also resource mobilization is a key. These are 3 years project. Then all the investment that will go into this project, what happens after the 3rd year, after the end of the project? So we also need to allocate domestic resources to complement project funding and encourage public-private partnership for resilience. And this is in regards to sustaining this project after the project period. Data sharing issues, I'm sure it's really an issue that needs to be discussed among our member states. We also need to facilitate timely reporting and cross-border sharing of data because these diseases don't respect border. I'm sure we are aware that for bacteria, viruses, they don't have passports to cross the border and they don't belong to any nationality. So how do we share information and ensure that we prepare well in terms of pandemic response? Then contribute to the national dashboard, early warning and joint risk assessment. And capacity building is also another ask that we require from the member states and workforce deployment to nominate national expert for training and exchange, deploy trained community-based surveillance volunteers, the rapid response team and the laboratory expert to support preparedness for pandemic response. Community engagement, strengthen community-based surveillance. I'm sure most of our countries are also adapting the same. They have community-based surveillance. How do we ensure that we strengthen that? Promote local ownership of risk communication strategies. RCC is becoming a very critical or key area in terms of preparedness for pandemic response. How do we ensure that that information reaches the lowest level? Then in terms of monitoring and accountability, participate in joint monitoring. This is a project that is a joint project between the 3 entities and also the member states. How do we ensure there is accountability and monitoring? Participate in joint monitoring, evaluation, and a learning framework. Provide periodic national progress report and lesson learned for us maybe to use it in future projects. And I think that marks the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention. And I want to hand over to Shadrach.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bade. Kindly, if you have a question, reserve it, note it down, because at the end of all these project review presentations or project overview presentation, you will have a chance to ask questions. And we have here IGAD, IFRC, WHO team, the 3 entities that are involved in the implementation to answer any questions that you may have. Tech team, kindly assist, help come over. Thank you very much. We will also hear from both IGAD and IFRC on MPOX response. The MPOX response phase of the project, which is phase 1 of the project. As we mentioned, there are two phases. Phase 1 is MPOX response, and we also have phase 2, which is preparedness, pandemic preparedness along the framework of One Health. As we also had indicated, that this project began in November 2024. I think I'm right, November 2024. And activities that commenced were activities that supported the response to MPOX outbreak. At that particular point, if you all recall, I think around July, we had the first MPOX case in Uganda, and therefore, this project was fast-tracked. Originally, it was supposed to begin in March 2025, but it was fast-tracked so that we can support a response to the MPOX outbreak in the region. And so, in the two next presentation, we are going to inform our distinguished guest what we have done so far, where we are with the MPOX phase of the project. Thank you very much. Two presentations in succession, one from IGAD, and as we can recall, IGAD is responsible mainly for the regional level or country level actions, of course, working closely with other entities. And we want to present to you what we have done so far. I see a number of faces in this room who actually were involved in some of the activities that we are going to report on. And so this presentation is about the MPOX phase, the main achievements, the challenges, and the lessons learned. Now, I think it is not news that around March 2025, a number of IGAD member states had already reported MPOX cases. And I'm referring to March 2025 because this is the month that the project effectively commenced. Though the approval for this project from Pandemic Fund came in much earlier in October, and we signed, or we were officially granted the resources to commence in the implementation to commence in November 2024. There were a number of preparations. As you know, mobilizing resources sometimes takes time from where they are to where they're supposed to be. So by the time we were effectively beginning, was actually in March 2025. Of course, there were some preliminary activities, and I see some of you in this room were involved in preliminary activities, mainly in Uganda, but effective implementation began roughly in March 2025. And this time, we had Uganda, which we may call is the epicenter for MPOX in the IGAD countries. And we know that the transmission was from DRC, Congo, and I will not go into the details of where this was, but by that time, according to WHO, by then Uganda accounted for 40% of all the new cases that had been reported in Africa. The rising of cases in Uganda since July 2024 underscored the urgency of coordinated regional response. the need and the urgency to support Uganda in the mpox phase was well justified. I keep on using this analogy that when we have fire in the kitchen, for this particular reference is Uganda. When you have fire in the kitchen, you don't start responding in the bedroom. I know most of our treasures are kept in the bedroom, right? Am I the only one? But most of the treasures are kept in the bedroom. But when the fire begins in the kitchen, we don't rush to the bedroom, we rush to the kitchen, because that's where we need to quench the fire. And therefore, primarily, we as IGAD, our kitchen, which is Uganda, which also happens to be the food basket, isn't it? So it's not really a bad analogy, which happens to the food basket of the region. So we ran quickly as IGAD and responded, engaged Uganda, the IMT team. I can see some of them are represented here. The Fuchs team for Uganda, I see some of you are represented here, led by Dr. Charles Olaro. We had quite detailed discussion. IGAD, WHO, IFRC, we jointly came and began these consultations and identified priorities for Uganda and checked what priorities can we really support. And indeed, we began the support. So many other countries have been asking why Uganda? I'm sure now you know why Uganda. Our objective then was to support Uganda as much as possible with the resources we have, so that the fire, does not spread to other countries. So that was the main justification why we actually went to Uganda, have consultative meetings with the various department agencies and institutions that were working in Uganda for mpox response, so that we actually curtail in-country mpox spread, but also have a vision and a target of minimizing spread to other IGAD countries. And so what did we do? We did a number of activities. So as we were supporting Uganda in the response, we said we are not going to just forget other countries, because we know other countries, especially the countries which are having active mpox cases, could benefit from the experience of Uganda, could benefit from the technical expertise in Uganda. And indeed, Uganda, because of the threats around it, because of the proximity to the epicenters of epidemics and pandemics, has developed, high technical expertise. And we also wanted to ensure that this expertise and these experiences are passed on to other IGAD member states. And so we began a response such that when we were specifically supporting Uganda, we were also ensuring that other member states are also benefiting in the spirit of preparing, just in case we have these cases, the spread overflowing to other member states. And so we had under workforce development, I'm sure now we're on the same page when we mentioned the components. Under workforce development, we completed capacity assessment for workforce, pandemic preparedness and response across 7 IGAD member states, and we had 31 participants from all the One Health sectors. And we wanted to know where we are in terms of capacity to respond in the framework of One Health. And indeed, as a result, we jointly developed preliminary recommendations for training curricula on harmonization of public health emergency management across borders within, again, the One Health sector. As a result of that, we also developed the One Health competency framework, which is currently being finalized. Under component 2, under surveillance component, we had a training of all the IGAD member states, and we have aligned all the IGAD member states, emergency operational centers, and the FEM, and we have a pool, as we speak, we have a pool of 23 experts trained, available in the region, ready for deployment for any capacity building action around surveillance, around response, especially to public health emergencies. We have, of course, with the special reference to MPOX at that time. And the 23 experts have been facilitated to cascade the same training for One Health frontline workers to the selected cross-border areas in Uganda, South Sudan, and Kenya, because at that moment, those are the countries where we were having active MPOX cases. We also have 45 experts in One Health that have been linked through the regional WhatsApp platform, real-time, and some of you, I think, are already been linked, where we share information about the outbreaks, we share information about what is going on around pandemics, and this is real-time. This is part of surveillance. There are a number of activities which are also coming up in surveillance. I think Dr. Abade has really elaborated in details. Then we have laboratory strengthening, and this is where Uganda majorly benefited from. So apart from health workforce development, capacity of frontline workers, and also national experts in responding to MPOX and other pandemics, Uganda also has benefited from the laboratory support under this component of laboratory strengthening. One, we did with Uganda joint laboratory needs assessment, where we were able to identify what are the priorities in Uganda. We've also done a needs and gaps assessment at Moyale, Kenya, Ethiopia cross-border site. I think this was the first cross-border area in Ethiopia that experienced MPOX outbreak. So we rushed there and also did some needs gaps assessment. For Uganda, we've already supported Uganda with laboratory supplies to enhance diagnostic capacity for MPOX in Uganda. We are preparing also to have the same support for Ethiopia, particularly in the Moyale, Ethiopia-Kenya border. So Uganda has a number of laboratory supplies, of course, to enhance their diagnostic capacities for MPOX, but not only for MPOX, actually, also for Ebola. Why Ebola? Is because when we are having the consultative, the planning meeting, the prioritization, the needs assessment for laboratory supplies with Uganda, that is when also Ebola was threatening. I think there were suspected cases around the country, and we had to consult with the various entities in this project so that we also support Uganda. Because Uganda was saying, yes, we have MPOX, but here we are, we have Ebola, and we have some gaps. Can you please also support Ebola? So though the support is for MPOX, we decided to have an integrated approach, and we integrated Ebola as well. So in the list of supplies, when you see Ebola testing kits, this is the explanation. So we have also procured vehicles and motorcycles for rapid sample transfer in Uganda. I want to mention that on Friday. In addition to the official launch of the project, IGAD will also be handing over laboratory and non-laboratory supplies. And we have our executive secretary who will officially hand over the laboratory and non-laboratory supplies to Her Excellency, the Minister of Health in the Republic of Kenya. Thank you very much. Thank you for the clap. You see so you will see the vehicles. You will see the vehicles there. You will see the motorcycles. You will see, if you see beds, don't be worried, there are no sick patients. It will be only for the optics. Only for the optics, just so that we see the number, the type of beds that we have actually procured for management of patients who have been tested and found to have mpox. A number of laboratory supplies may not come to the handover because, of course, of the cold chain requirement. So you'll see just a sample of what we have bought, samples that are safe enough to bring to this location. So more about handover activity will be explained later. We also have some activities on coordination and advocacy. We've had detailed consultations, detailed briefing with the member states. I think Uganda, we literally came here and camped. I believe Uganda participants in this meeting can attest to that. We camped here, we camped at the MOH, having meetings with the Minister of Health, having meetings with the DG, Dr. Charles Solaro, having meeting with Dr. Chobe. I believe Dr. Chobe is not with us, but he was very, very much instrumental in coordinating our meetings at the MOH. And Ethiopia, I believe our Ethiopia participants, you have seen us in Ethiopia having consultations in terms of what are the priority areas, how do we move this project forward involving Ethiopia. We've had virtual meetings with Somalia, we have virtual meetings with Sudan. We have also have meetings with Djibouti. We have been consulting in terms of how do we take care of your country priorities, and we'll keep on engaging you. As Dr. Bade has mentioned, we'll keep on engaging you in terms of how we move forward with this project. We also have developed a number of knowledge management advocacy products. Indeed, with you can see, and this is right in front of you, project brief. So as you go home, you have a take home. We'll also disseminate a soft copy of the project brief, which explained in details what the project is all about, how is being implemented, the governance structure, who are involved, who are the principal entities, what are their roles, and we have presented here. But we want you to go with something that you can make reference to, so that you are abreast. You can also share it. We have formed mailing lists. I believe you have received some emails this morning, especially our participants from our member states. And we will use the same mailing list to disseminate some of these key products that we'll be developing time to time. We also have a learning brief. You have a learning brief in front of you. Very soon, you will also see a paper in a peer-reviewed journal. We are just finalizing the draft. And some of the key lessons that we have learned in this initial process of commencing this project have been highlighted in this paper, so that we don't forget about the critical lessons that we have learned up to this moment. There are a number of challenges in this phase that we have documented, and at the time when we were beginning, there was concurrent outbreaks, and this complicated the public health response, and strained the already healthcare resources that were available. This is the time where we also have the USAID funds cut. So you can imagine a time where we were having multiple outbreaks. I think there was Ebola. In some countries, there was cholera and Kala-Azar. And at the same time, this is the time that we were having USAID cuts. There are some African communities which have a saying which says that calamities come in multiples, and I think this was the true calamity coming in multiples. We also had a challenge of coordination, cross-border, inter-country, and intersectoral at the time when Ebola was striking, and I think this is the one challenge that we tried to address. Bringing countries together, we took the opportunities on the small resources that we had to bring countries together, especially the expert, and we tried to use that, and we'll continue to do that as we move on with the project. We had lack of harmonized definition of terminology cross-border, and we are currently trying to review what this terminology may mean for our context. Yes, this project is focused on cross-border areas, as we had heard this morning, and this terminology sometimes can be very misleading. This terminology, we will continue refining it as we move on, so that it is relevant to our context, particularly moving forward with the pandemic preparedness at regional and country level. We had some administrative delays, fund disbursement, and as I mentioned before, many may be wondering if we started in November 2024, why did we just have to see the activities beginning in March 2025? And I think we already know that sometimes mobilizing resources, especially when we have different entities who have varying procedural and procedures and administrative methods of handling funds, it will take a while for those funds to reach at a point where they're actually used. Supply chain challenges. We realized that supplies for MPOX are not easily available, especially with the suppliers. The suppliers are not always ready for an outbreak or for a pandemic to strike, right? So we are recommending moving forward that maybe we need to think about prepositioning of supplies, especially supplies that cut across various infectious diseases. How do we preposition? These are the questions that we'll be asking ourselves moving forward. In terms of the lessons learned, we have learned that the complexity of cross-border, inter-country, and intersectoral response efforts, and this underscores the critical need for coordinated mechanisms and integrated system. We have learned the value of multi-sectoral collaboration, and we are moving forward with the multi-sectoral approach to pandemic preparedness and response. We've mentioned about the prepositioning of equipment and the supplies. This is especially under laboratory component. We will be endeavoring to ensure that we have prepositioned supplies, talking and engaging with various stakeholders. In terms of capacity improvement, there is training needed at all levels, and we are moving forward With this, already we have IFRC together with the Red Cross, Red Crescent national societies at the cross-border areas, and we'll be hearing from them right after this presentation on what is going on in our cross-border areas. We may not go in the details of each and every country, but I believe you are aware, most of you are aware of the cross-border activities which are already ongoing. Thank you very much. And with that, and in continuation with the phase presentations on the phase 1 of the project, I'll want to invite IFRC. Thank you very much. Tech team.
So, thank you, Shadrach. Good afternoon. Quite a number of items has been presented by Shadrach, because then this is the one project that has quite a number of linkages and similar activities. And in the activities, we have activities that have already been carried out with support of IGAD, and therefore Red Cross took part in them, although I will just highlight, where we've been able to do. So these are actually the main, just some of the components that IFRC was looking at, and it's actually on the component of I would say surveillance and early warning, and want to mostly working along the cross-border, improving the surveillance mechanism there. There is the infrastructure is what IGAD is doing, but we have sometimes tools that our teams might also want to know, and therefore have to be supported. The strengthening of operational capacities. I don't want to read all this part, because this is what Shadrach had already presented. But just to say, when MPOX started, because then part of the main implementation where Red Cross came in, is that I think the project was also a big blessing, because it just came at the time when this MPOX problem is escalating, and was very, very useful. And immediate part of the project activities was to just map out what are the risk borders, and we picked on the borders around Uganda, South Sudan, and also considering that we have a refugee camp in Kakuma, Turkana County, and the Moyale side. Then these are some of the the quick activity was to map out what are the borders that we are going to work on, or there are actually maybe some are points of entry. So we have about 20 of them that have been given priority out of 40 that are will be considered. But for a start, then these are some of them. And it involved also knowing which branches are near those points. As you know, the national societies have, divisions or branches in each of the maybe districts. Some in a country like Kenya, you have counties. And so there is small units that are responsible there. And we have to know that they have the right capacity to be able to deliver. So we marked that, working together with government officers from the ministry, in order just to know where do we want to put resources in. And therefore, those country-specific things had to happen is that we had to have those teams from national level to the counties or districts working together. And we thank the IGAD because they were able to give us the link person, from the respective country who is the focal person, and then we were directed up to the points of entry that we were targeting. And so there was joint site selection done. Then different technical assessments conducted, some of which Shadrach alluded to. Then there is contracting of where we needed some new staff in order to be able to support the implementation of the project. This was also done. And when we got funds, although we had challenges initially in receiving the transfer of funds because of procedures, then that transfer of fund had to be undertaken, and we had to make sure that each of the respective national societies was able to get the required resources. But that is not to say that they were waiting, especially when the outbreak came. Quite a number of national societies were able to use their resources to be able to conduct, risk communication and community engagement, creating awareness. They were able to evacuate, people who needed help at that time, and even guide the communities on how they can be able to protect themselves. So on the regional, program and partnership, one of the things was to align the mpox preparedness to the regional and global priority. How is the world moving, as was being guided mostly by WHO there and IGAD. And at this point, I want to mention that Africa CDC also has been a good partner in that line. Then we had to do the alignment of roles here, and we have had quite a number of discussions normally with IGAD in even setting the clarifications. Then on the Red Cross and Red Crescent perspective, we had to have internal briefings because then some of the senior management had to also get to understand how the project would run, discussions on the budgets. Then we formed a regional technical team, one on the IFRC, and then the in-country and inter-country also being done. So these are the workshops that mostly organized by IGAD that we took part in, and Shadrach has already presented the workshop to assess gaps, for pandemic preparedness. This was in Entebbe, and all our national society focal persons and the cluster persons attended the training. The FEM training also in Uganda, Entebbe here. Also, we had teams attending. The TOT on IMS and FEM, also all our colleagues attended, FOEC, and also the workshop that we were looking at, the One Health competency framework, and I want to attest that I was there as well, working together with the team. So some of the things that then once people have been trained, after that, so what? So the so what was that we had the recruitment and appointment of national and cross-border teams, which was mostly working with the Ministry of Health to identify who are the people with skills that can be able to come in, and then set up training, trainings for them as we roll out to the respective points of entry that had been identified. And then we developed, different One Health pandemic preparedness country teams, and this was mostly led by the Ministries of Health. Then the formation of a Teams channel. The Teams actually here is the one on the Microsoft, where we're having regular meetings, and it becomes a sharing platform where you put information that come in, whether they are reports or just new information that would guide. And we have these regular meetings with IGAD, at least on weekly basis. So for the cross-border One Health surveillance training, we were able to hold one here in Uganda, specifically Jinja. And in that training, we were able to be able to bring in the national societies, focal persons from the 7 countries. And for our arrangement as IFRC is that under the regional office, we have a cluster, so 2 or 3 countries are working together. So you have, for example, Djibouti and Ethiopia being under a cluster, Kenya and Somalia being under another cluster. So that cluster system enables us to also be able to get the assistance to the national societies where they need. But also, it provides room for them to be able to source other regional support if it is needed. So we formed, WhatsApp groups for the cross-border teams now being able to work together, and there is harmonization of surveillance trainings, and the minimum package for the people who will be trained at the cross-border to be able to deliver. So as we speak, the teams that have been set up in the respective border points are working together. We had sessions for the team that is in Moyale, that is Moyale, Ethiopia, Moyale, Kenya. But there is also an aspect that I think this would be coming back to the government, the Ministry of Health, and the national society, maybe to look at some of the border points, because if you looked at what I showed in the map earlier, for example, you realize that there is a point of entry on one side that is a big priority for the other country, but because of security, maybe security reasons or resources or other reasons, then not much activity is on the other end, and therefore this might need to be realigned so that we are able to speak to somebody who is just right across, not having an intervention on one side, and then you have to do a number of kilometers to see what the other team or across the country is doing. So probably that is the one task that still needs to happen. We had, I said, a very good training on cross-border where we had, Ministry of Health officials from the member states and the national societies, and we had a simulation on how things can turn, and this was in Busia, Uganda, working right with the people who are managing the point of entry. And there was a lot of learning there because then you get to understand that maybe one case is coming in, and it does not just become maybe Mpox alone. We were looking at other pandemics, and it could be a complex situation because other diseases or other security situations could happen that then forces people to move, and you can't be able to control these kind of situations. So the team, at least we would say, are quite and informed now, and they know of the alternative ways of addressing the challenges so that they do not spread into the bigger part of the country that has not been affected. So just to say, one of the activities is we try and push as much resources to the country that is having a problem, as was said for case of Uganda, so that then this problem does not cross the border into the other. But we have seen, even with the very big care that has been taken at the border, say for example in Kenya, you find the cases coming up in Mombasa, and it just tells you that all points of entry or destinations are as important if we were going to be able to manage this pandemic. So the messaging that we normally do, and quite a number of national societies are actually doing they're doing communication through mass media and social media just to raise awareness, because once you send a message to somebody who is say in Entebbe, or you send a message to somebody at the border of DRC and Uganda, then the message would go make a few circles and you see it back, reaching out to very many people. And that is the idea, because the more people know, the more safer they're going to be. And not to mention that even as we provide probably things like ambulances, the first people who might be able to evacuate a patient would be the common man, sometimes the border. So if they know how to be able to protect themselves, then you can be sure that they will be safe and they will be able to save the other person. And that is the main essence on the role of our volunteers. The volunteers are the first people who will often get to know a case that has come up, or when the community is identified, then they would go to the community health volunteer or community health worker or the Red Cross volunteer within the place and say, there is a problem. And so this mechanism, would say, is a big blessing, because not a case would really spread long or take long before it is identified. And as we have learned, some of the examples we were getting is that people take the volunteers there, the community health workers, as the doctor. So they would actually go and report and say, there's somebody who is sick within our community. So some of them have reported that they had to go and talk to them. And if they are not successful, then the security apparatus have been very resourceful also in coming to make sure that this person is evacuated to the hospital and they get treatment and therefore stop the spread. So thank you very much. That is in a nutshell what is being done by the national societies. But there are quite a number of details if we were to go and say what this country has done, this country has done this in this place. Nemule, for example, this is done, this is ongoing. Then it would have really taken some long time. All we pray is please give us the maximum support possible, because we're running out of time on the MPOX phase that we should have been winding up. And so that we can also be able to catch up with the program that is already a little bit running late. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Michael from IFRC, for that elaborate presentation. Also, adding up to the IGAD one. Colleagues, distinguished guest participants, this is the time that if you have some submissions regarding this overview of the project, as well as some highlights on activities that already have been implemented, those that we will be implementing, and so on. If you have a question for clarification and so on, this is the time that is right for that. So I will also mention at this point is that there is a communiqué that is being developed, and some of the issues that will be discussed in this session and also in subsequent such sessions will find their way into the communiqué. A communiqué is an instrument that is used by IGAD to elicit commitment from the member state, but also is also used for advocacy, as well as providing official communication that is coming from the high-level leadership, and for this particular case is our ministers, who will be coming on Friday. So either the ministers or the designates will be with us here on Friday, and they will sign this communiqué. As I mentioned before, some of the issues that will be raised in this meeting today and tomorrow will find their way into the communiqué. There is side team that is responsible for drafting of this communique, and you may or you will actually be identified because from this evening, after this meeting, you will meet together and convene the process of continuing with the drafting of this communique. Without much further ado, I will go by a raise of hands. I will take a group of 3 hands for any submission that there may be, any clarification, also an expansion of what has been presented here, and so on. Thank you very much. I've seen the first 2 hands. I'll wait for the 3rd hand. Thank you. Yes. Okay, because we have 2 hands here, then we will take a 3rd hand from the other end. Kindly introduce yourself first before you project your submission. I know we did not have an introductory session, but again, we will be together during the tea times, during the plenary session. We will keep on knowing each other from which country and areas that we are working on. So kindly, when you introduce yourself, also introduce the sector. Hopefully, you should also introduce your country and the ministry that you work for. Thank you very much. Before I invite the table that Dr. Polot is sitting, I will also call upon all the IGAD staff who are responsible for note-taking. Kindly be very vigilant, be very attentive during this session because these issues are supposed to be well documented, and this will assist the team that is drafting the communique to be able to capture as many issues as possible, if not all the issues that will arise from such plenary discussions. Kindly proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Betty Mbolanyi. I work with the Ministry of Water and Environment, Uganda. My comment will go to the presentation made by Dr. Abade on component 2 and 3. There was an activity to support establishment of laboratory information systems, emphasizing human and animal. But we are here talking about pandemic preparedness, and we are not considering environment labs. Yet we know that interventions done under those labs also contribute greatly to prevention of outbreaks to the side of humans and animal. Is there a window we can really reconsider this under phase 2 in the IGAD? Then 2, under component 3, strengthening workforce or human resources and the community workforce capacity. I have a strong feeling that whereas we want to really emphasize workforce for human and animal, we should also bear in mind that we can consider having training environmental specialists at border districts, such that we also move as a team in order to curb these public health threats. So maybe I will require a comment from Dr. Abade and Dr. Fatuma to elaborate on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Polot?
Yeah, thank you very much. By way of introduction, I'm called Dr. Polot John. I work with the Ministry of Health, Uganda, as Assistant Commissioner in charge of veterinary health and zoonosis. Yeah, also my question goes to Abade for comment. You I was very impressed with the pictures that you brought, which were telling us to think about and reflect. If you looked at those pictures, they were basically things of results of activities of human beings. And one thing there is that there was an element of prevention. But when you look at the design of the project, I don't see the connection between prevention and preparedness. The project is talking of preparedness only. Very little is mentioned about prevention. And also, as a person interested in zoonotic diseases, there was a sentence that you brought that also to support zoonotic diseases. Now, that also, quote me, like zoonotic diseases are not a priority. They are just brought there on the side. And yet we know that 60% of human infections are of zoonotic origin, and 70 to 75% of emerging and re-emerging infections that bother us are also of zoonotic origin. So I think we need to really put in the project most of the things that bother us are zoonotic diseases. So they should be given the priority that they deserve. Then the other one to Shadrach, you mentioned something about training the 25 experts. Now, my question is, are those experts enough for the whole IGAD region or for Uganda country? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Polot. Dr. Fayisa.
Thank you very much for the very informative presentation till now. My question, my name is Faisal Ragasa. I'm from Ethiopian Public Health Institute, and I'm head International Health Regulation and also One Health Office. Mine is of general one, but I think it's very, very important, particularly when it is related to coordination. Coordination capacity is also equally very important as the capacity to prevent, detect, and response. We all know that in IHR and from the 16 technical area, the one is coordination. So coordination is very, very important. As we all know, now we have established the multi-sectoral One Health coordination platform at all levels, at the global level, as a quadripartite, and also at the regional level, as the national level, and this should be down to the community level. And the countries should ensure the sustainable, I'm saying the sustainable One Health coordination platform at all levels, as I've said. So member states have progressed in this regard. They have already established the national One Health coordination platform. And some of the countries like Ethiopia, we have already established the sustainable One Health coordination platform that has been already approved by the Council of Ministers. And yet, the IGAD and also others are not using this national One Health platform. And we are saying One Health, but we are not communicating with the national One Health and the platform. And you have already included four members. Where is the coordinator of the national One Health platform in this one? So we need to recognize the national One Health platform, and so to coordinate such activity like the prepare and also other issues related to the One Health. This is one, and even what is the role of national One Health coordinator? I've seen the role of IGAD and also the role of others. And I'm not sure and I'm not clear. And you have already tried to assign the national coordinator for this, and the One Health coordinator, national One Health coordinator, with this prepare. What's the role of that one? And also the prepare governance structure. And I think it is difficult, and separately I can discuss with you. And this is actually my suggestion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fayesa, and the two other participants who have actually raised very important points. And I want to invite, first of all, Dr. Bade, the questions which have been asked in the area of environmental health. Then I will call upon Dr. Brahman, maybe you can respond to the issues as raised by Dr. Polot and Dr. Fayesa regarding the zoonotic diseases as well as the One Health platforms. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much for the question. I think the first question is in relation to the laboratory information management system, where the activity is focused on only two components, and what we are missing is the environmental health. I think the activities I picked from the proposal, but there's a room we could expand, considering that this project is basically a One Health project, where we should have representation from human health, animal health, and the environment. And that's one thing maybe we need to redefine this activity and include the environmental health. So as we are building the system, we also need to consider the environmental part of it. Then the second issue is in regards to training. The reason why we have the One Health line ministries here is even going forward in regards to training, we're going to have all the three components that represent the environment, the human health, and also the animal health. So even for the training, we're going to have a joint training, having all the One Health line ministries and One Health line staffs, so that they can be trained together under the same roof. Then I think I just decided to put those pictures just to make us think outside the box, so that we don't really focus on only human. We also need to think of, you see the fish, you need to think of human, you need to think of environment, and you need to think of animal, you see? So, and that's the reason why. And I think it's important maybe going forward, even in terms of surveillance. Can we have an integrated surveillance? Rather than having this vertical program, can we have more of an integrated surveillance in that we have all the One Health components represented in collection and also making use of the data that we collect on a daily basis. So I think that's what I can say now. So in terms of coordination, maybe I'll allow Dr. Fatuma maybe to respond to that, or Abdurrahman.
Thank you very much. I think I can respond to those pertinent concerns shared, one by Dr. Betty on the workforce component of the environment sector, the need to strengthen and train and build their capacity, and followed by what Dr. Opolot said in terms of strengthening why zoonosis is key, and lastly, the issue of coordination. The project, especially the second phase, is going to undertake country assessments. In that country assessment, we intend to walk through the entire One Health infrastructure. And by walking through that, we intend to understand all the systems, be it the lab systems, the workforce, the surveillance systems, and the coordination aspect. And certainly the existing national structures, as Dr. Fayaza mentioned, the One Health will be entry point, and they are the ones who are to prioritize and guide on those thematic areas. So I want to assure Dr. Opolot, Dr. Fayaza and the team that certainly that is going to happen, and we will reach out and we'll go through your desks to pick on those priority areas, and it's going to actually inform the second phase of the project. So by that window, certainly that's going to happen, and by and large, I'm sure it's going to be an opportunity for us to reset our process. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Dr. Fatuma, you have a follow-up submission or a response?
A response.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, colleagues and member states, for those questions. One, in general, the rapporteurs, if you can capture this, because I think these are key issues that has to find its way into the write-up of the communique, and that we need to strengthen animal environment systems are not coming out very strongly. I think we will package the language in such a way that there is commitments from our member states in that the communique. Prevention, preparedness, response. We had a similar question yesterday from our technical meeting, IFRC, WHO, and IGAD, and that in the second phase of the project, we really have to link. It has to come out very strongly. Prevention, preparedness, and response, of course, within the framework of strengthening One Health systems. And how does that One Health system look like? So, very important. On coordination, in addition what Director indicated, yes, we must build on what the existing systems within our member states. Dr. Fayesa, we know some of the countries have an well-established, functional, sustainable One Health coordination frameworks or platforms, and rest assured that in the second phase, we want to build on those structures. How do we build them? And tomorrow, is it tomorrow, this afternoon, when we are discussing the governance structure of this project, remember to bring that up and guide us as member states on how do we ensure that. What is the role of the national coordinator? Dr. Fayesa, you know that the Pandemic Fund has created in the system an approval right or endorsement rights for the One Health coordinators. Yourself and your colleagues are supposed to review our reports and endorse them for submission. So that is a key role, that this project reports cannot proceed without the national One Health coordinators. What does that mean within the governance structure? You have to guide us again, and therefore we will work on. Director has talked about an assessment. We must make sure that this project speaks to the priorities of the country to build a sustainable preparedness and prevention, preparedness and response system. How to do it? Once this project is launched, we will come back to the countries and ensure that your priorities as countries, the regional priorities and the agenda of this project speaks to each other. Thank you.
Maybe an addition to what Dr. Polot asked about the issue of preparedness, prevention. I think this is something that we even discussed in our technical meeting yesterday. And one thing that came out is a very thin line. There are some activities that are preparedness activity, but can also be for response. So there's a very thin line, and during this week, I think we can discuss and maybe try to spell out what activities we can regard as preparedness, what activities we can put under prevention and control. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think Dr. Polot had asked a question whether the 23 experts, to be specific, are sufficient. I have to say that these are not sufficient. And during the second phase of this project, we will expand on this number so that we have enough experts who can cascade the various training areas to the cross-border areas. Thank you very much. I will take another round of 3. There was a hand here which we did not point at because we wanted to balance out the room as far as the contribution is concerned. So I will take 2 from this table because they had earlier on. Yes? Yes. I will take these 2 because they're raised. Then I will balance out with the one on the far right. I see your hand is up. I can't identify you very well. And this time I'll take 4, again, for the sake of balancing. I again want one from here. Is this Dr. Sunday, or who is this? No. Yes, okay. Thank you very much. I'll start with Frontier. Apologies, I'll take those 4. I've seen your hand. You are next in the next group. Yes, I'll take the first 2 from this table. South Sudan.
Okay.
And then Uganda.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shadrack and Dr. Ahmed Abadi and Dr. Michael for the presentations. Most of my questions have been answered, or raised and answered before me. But I will also be asking about certain things that are not very clear to me. And first, let me just introduce myself briefly. I'm Dr. Agol Kwai from the Ministry of Livestock and Fisheries in South Sudan, working as Director General of Better Services and CBO. Also a member of One Health team in the country. My question is, and this one I think it was asked, we have seen very clearly the roles assigned to WHO and the roles assigned to the IFRC and the roles assigned to IGAD. But we have not seen the roles assigned to member states. You know, and this is, so although we are asking ministries coming to sign a communique. So what are we going to tell the ministries, the ministers coming on Friday? Do we tell them, because we have seen many projects being implemented in the region, we have seen the roles that we have been playing as member states. So are we going to tell the ministers the same, that we will be playing the same traditional roles that member states used to play under IGAD or under other international organizations? And I come down to your examples of fire in the kitchen and in relation to disease outbreaks. I don't see it so. When you have a fire or disease outbreak in a location, in a state of coming, all you coming to that location, I think you looked outward, you look to locations that are very far away from that disease outbreak. This is what we call in livestock disease control, what we call ring vaccination or ring prevention of disease. You go outside the spot or the point where the disease outbreak happens and control it. We have not seen that. We've been concentrating your efforts in Uganda, for example, while ignoring the borders, the outlets to other countries. The right approach would have been controlling a disease outbreak where you have it, but also look at the entry points of the other countries, so that you also build capacities. Of course, I have heard that you have done workshops and training, but the capacities of the neighboring countries to Uganda were not brought up to the same level, I think. And the last one is the presence of WHO and the Red Cross and the IGAD in the countries are not the same. So we have very strong presence of WHO in countries. So how will we coordinate very closely with WHO in order to implement the project? Thank you.
Thank you very much, South Sudan, for that submission. We'll now move to Uganda. Sudan? Okay, sorry. The label is misleading. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for all presenters. My name is Dr. Al-Fadl Mohammed Mahmoud. Al-Fadl Mohammed Mahmoud, Deputy Director General of Health Emergency and Epidemic Control at the national level. Regarding this project, already as you mentioned, we cover 4 areas. One is the surveillance. And as you know that my country already suffered a lot from the war, and the war already destroyed everything related to surveillance. For that, I request IGAD to put Sudan as like the high priority in the area of the surveillance system that can support through equipment our other tools. Another thing also, my question regards the issue of the activities that implemented by the IFRC and that delivers through the Red Cross or the Red Crescent. What is the relation between these activities located and with the Minister of Health as member states? Is there an agreement that is done to implement these activities? This is like question. And also I have one comment regarding the issue of the presentation done by Dr. Muhammad Ali, and he says that all the agents or the bacteria or virus that caused this, they didn't have visa, no need visa to enter any countries, and they didn't have a nationality. For that, usually I saw that the people nominate Sudan Ebola virus. For that, already we request more than 3 times in many events related to African CDC, our IGAD, to delete this name, Sudan Ebola virus. And Sudan is one of the country, or member country in the IGAD. For that, this is officially, I request IGAD also can discuss with WHO to remove that name for the Sudan Ebola virus. And also I hand over this mic to my sister.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Fadil. Good evening, everyone. Presentation of the plan covers all the environment and health and livestock aspects. My questions are there steps to implement the plan, and is there a specific time for its implementation? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sudan, for that submission. I think we had said we will go to behind there. Kindly introduce yourself. Introduce yourself and your country.
Chair, thank you so much. My name is Ate Kajirita. I'm the manager of the National Public Health Emergency Operations Center at the Ministry of Health. Your host today, Uganda. Chair, allow me quickly to thank you for all the presentations that were very beautiful and quite leading. But also allow me to make some observations that need your clarifications. One is on implementation framework. I see that IGAD is part of the project management unit, project implementation unit, but all these again are responsible and the answer to IGAD Secretariat. So I don't know how that conflict of interest is sorted, who is checking who, and how do you manage any conflicts. And again, still, you say IGAD is a regional entity, IFRC is delivery entity, but again, IGAD is implementing. I don't know if I'm getting the terms properly, because it's like some of the components of the project, surveillance, lab, etc., are done by IGAD. And then our FRC is doing community. So how do you manage these terms? To Chair, with your permission, where is this money? The $31.9 million, where is it? Where is this money? You said WHO has a small bit. IGAD has a small cake. If SRC has a small, where is the money? Is it in national member states? Can you show us here, 20 million is here, 10 is here, 5 is here. And we know, if I need the money, I know where it is. You don't tell me FSRs when they have 1 million, when you have 20. I want, it's transparency and you put it there. Please, we need to see it. 3, Chair, I also need to know the percentage flexibility of this funding. Like, if there is a problem, how flexible are you? Because tomorrow may have a different problem, may even be may not be at the border, but it may also affect the border. And is there flexibility in some of these, of the emergence or the adjustments, so that we can know as member states, maybe there is some resource that maybe can sort a problem in the quickest possible time when we are handling emergencies. And second last is the accountability center. Who is accountable amongst the 3? Who, when you fail, this project fails, whom should we turn to? Or if it's successful, whom should we applaud? Is it WHO, IGAD, FRC, or member states? Or all of us? When you fail, don't say all of us. Then when you succeed, then you say IGAD. You will answer that. Finally, the technical working groups, at which level are they? When I looked at the structure, there is a national focal points and cross-border points, and then down there are technical working groups. And these 2 arms, because from the focal point they go to the departments, then they go to the DGs. There's some flow there. But now at what point are the technical working groups? Because they seem to be broad, even the ministries of health. Maybe are they at the district level, are they at the cross borders, or they are within the ministry? There is some clarity on that schema of yours. But otherwise, I want to thank you and really applaud you for this very beautiful project. Over.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That is Uganda submission. There was a hand over there. Kindly introduce yourself and the country as well.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur le facilitateur. On va prendre,
I have one. Kindly locate your gadgets.
Merci infiniment pour les différentes présentations qui ont été faites. Nous avons reçu beaucoup d'informations. Nous avons retenu beaucoup de choses et l'une qui nous est importante, c'est que ces projets sont très importants pour la région de l'IGAD. Nos pays sont vulnérables aux pandémies et ces projets pourront apporter des réponses à ces pandémies. Nous avons aussi retenu que l'environnement, la biodiversité et la nature sont importantes. Importantes d'abord parce que la biodiversité nous nourrit.
Djibouti, 1 minute, please. Please fix this. Jimmy? Oui. Unless, yeah.
Jimmy, quickly, before we proceed. Tech team, kindly give it one more try. Tech team, test it one more time. Just a test, kindly.
Bonjour. Bonjour. Bonjour.
Tech team.
Oui, je peux continuer? Oui. Oui. C'est bon pour tout le monde? Bonjour. Bonjour, c'est bon? Je peux continuer? Alors, je reprends. Je m'appelle Mohamed Elmi-Obsié. Je suis responsable de la biodiversité au niveau du ministère de l'Environnement. Je disais que nous avons reçu beaucoup d'informations durant les différentes présentations, d'une excellence remarquable. Nous avons retenu que ce projet est important pour la région de l'IGAD. Nos pays sont vulnérables aux différentes pandémies. Nous avons dans la tête le Covid-19 il y a quelques années. Nous avons aussi retenu que l'environnement, la nature, la biodiversité sont importantes pour notre région. L'Afrique de l'Est est un hotspot de la biodiversité. Cette biodiversité, comme vous le savez, nous nourrit. Les écosystèmes marins et terrestres nous nourrissent, mais nous envoient souvent, très souvent même, des messages. Les maladies que nous sommes en train de discuter viennent de la biodiversité. Et si ces écosystèmes ne sont pas protégés, nous connaissons les conséquences de la dégradation de la biodiversité. Sur les différentes présentations, j'aimerais revenir sur la surveillance. En 2007, nous avons eu des cas de grippe aviaire dans cette région et la surveillance était vraiment un point très important. Au niveau de chaque point d'entrée, nous avons mis en place un système d'alerte précoce. La surveillance est très importante. Et le rôle des communautés locales, des douaniers, des polices des frontières est un point à prendre en considération, qui sont vraiment très importantes pour la surveillance. Ça, c'était la première remarque que je voulais partager avec vous pour la surveillance. J'avais des questions. La première, c'est, vous avez mentionné parmi les présentations, la biosécurité et la biotechnologie. C'est des points très importants pour ce programme Prépare, je pense. J'aimerais savoir quel sera le rôle de la biosécurité et de la biotechnologie dans ce programme Prépare. L'autre question que je voulais soulever a été pris en compte par un des collègues, c'est le budget. Nous sommes entre familles ici et les questions sont ouvertes entre familles. 35 millions de dollars ont été projetés. Nous aimerions savoir quel est le budget pour chaque composante. Pour la composante 1, quel est le montant dédié pour la composante 2, 3, etc. Et l'autre point, c'est quel est le budget alloué pour chaque pays. C'est un point très important qui nous permettra, lorsqu'on va retourner dans nos capitales, de reporter à nos ministères. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Djibouti. Thank you very much. And I think we may want first to address the very sensitive questions of resources. I will want to call upon Dr. Fatuma. I think the big question here is where is the money? I think that is by Djibouti. We just heard from Djibouti, from Uganda. We've heard about where is the money, the percentage flexibility, and also the issues of accountability. Who is accountable? I'll want to invite Dr. Fatuma to address that issue. Kindly, IFRC, be ready to address the issue of how far did we go beyond the national response, beyond and far wide wider than just Uganda, so that the participants can know that we actually are not just focusing on Uganda as far as MPOX response is concerned. And we've had the discussion and the presentation on the activities there, but it's also good to elaborate in that context. WHO, kindly you will tell us how the WHO country offices are involved, how are we coordinating and collaborating with them. WHO, I think you can also, from your perspective, you can also address the issue of the accountability. So I will ensure as a chair that all the questions that have been asked are responded to. I know when one responder begins, he or she may touch on a number of issues.
One addition, maybe comment that maybe Mariam can also help us is the issue of the naming. So I don't know, the naming of the Sudan virus. So how do we go about it? Because one of the things that, so I don't know how that can be addressed.
Thank you, Dr. Shadrach, for that. I want to start with the sensitive questions. As a leader, you bear the bullet. And after I'm done, I'll hand over to Miriam to address that. Dr. Atek, and before I respond to your question, if Uganda is asking that question, what would the other countries ask us? Member states, Uganda is asking us. We've been camping here since March or February. So Uganda is asking, where is the money? So what question would other countries ask? That means even after having been in Uganda, and even as we speak, we are in Uganda, Uganda does not know where the money is. Right? So this is where the money is, Dr. Atek. One, we have been allocated as IGAD. IGAD means the IGAD member states, the 7 member states, $31.9 million US. This program is a regional program. It is not one country funding. For us to access the money, it had to meet that regional. It means that there has to be an entity which has the authority to coordinate several countries. And therefore, IGAD qualified for that resources. What does that mean? Can we give that money that is given for under the regional envelope to member states and say, yes, we got it as a regional envelope. However, Kenya take this, Uganda take this, Somalia take this. That funding ceases to be regional. Therefore, if it ceases to be regional, do we have the authority to subdivide that money to each and every country of IGAD? We would have loved to do that, but the requirement of the pandemic fund, the prerequisite, the reason why we were given that money is cross-border, inter-country, ensuring that countries in the IGAD system, in the IGAD country, their health, environment, livestock systems, biodiversity that Djibouti has talked about, speak to each other so that we are able to prevent, prepare, and respond to pandemic. So this is where the money is coming from. It answers the question of Djibouti. How much can we give to each country? I would leave to Miriam, but this is a regional grant. We are not in a position to hand over or divide the money amongst our countries. It has to remain regional, and that is why we are keeping it. Countries have provision for individual grants. That is where countries have been applying. Some have been successful, others have not. Out of the 31.9 million, we have an administrative, and we can share the Excel sheet. Dr. Shadrach, we and the IFRC team, we can work on the Excel sheet and actually explain where the money is. Out of the 31.9 million, WHO has been given an operation cost and management fee to provide technical and administration support. Is not a lot of money. And we, as IGAD, have been given 8.6 million for the phase 1 response, and Miriam will package it better. Out of the 8.6 million, 2.5 million has been given to IGAD. 5.6 will again confirm the figures, has gone to IFRC, and we will also give you where that budget has gone to. Out of 31.9 million, we've used 8.6 million. The other money is still with the pandemic fund. So you know where the remaining money is. 2.6 million is used by IGAD. 5.6 is still being used by IFRC and the societies, and we will tell you where that money is. But as we speak, we don't have money with IGAD. Our accounts are reading zero. Some, as we speak, WHO's money has been utilized, and the remaining money that has not been utilized is with the pandemic fund. So rest assured that the bigger money has not reached any one of us, and it is safe in wherever it is. But once the agreement between IGAD and WHO is signed under the phase 2 of the program, the money will come to IGAD. So IGAD is the custodian of this money. Dr. Atek, I hope we are hearing. IGAD is the custodian of that money because we are the regional entity. And the money sits in a specialized prepare account which has been granted by His Excellency to make sure that we comply with accountability issues. So we are the ones responsible. If it fails, if this project fails, and God forbid, we will try our best. We are also civil servants. We are part of the region. We are part of the member states. Each one of us in IGAD has a nationality. I am a Kenyan, he's a Kenyan. We have Ugandan. So we are part of our countries, and we will ensure that it does not fail. What is the percentage of flexibility? That is a question. Flexibility in the context of our member states, and I will speak as a daughter of the region, means can we give money to our member states? Can we put money for this pandemic preparedness to our member states? That means we send to Treasury. Treasury will decide where it goes. Can we do that? Member states, can we say, I'm giving 5 million to Uganda? Of course, I'm not giving you. But if I decide to do that, it has to go to Treasury. Treasury will decide whether it will go to health, environment, livestock, fisheries, animal health. Can we do that? That you don't have to answer it. South Sudan says yes, we will agree whether we will do that. I think I will stop at that. I know there are so many things I can say, but I want Miriam to speak on can we give money to member states? Are we accountable? Why is IGAD given the money, and who will oversight IGAD? We have systems to oversight IGAD. The member states yourselves are oversight, of course. We have internal IGAD oversight system. We have external systems that monitor IGAD. We don't have audit and expert, but we have systems to ensure that Fatuma, Miriam, Shadrach do not divert this money into other places. Dr. Miriam, if you want to help us, we can use that. The role of member states, it is very clear. We will discuss this in the terms of reference and under the governance structure of the program. What is the role of IGAD? What is the role of WHO, IFRC, the societies, the member states, the national focal points? The project coordinators, Dr. Fayesa, Opolot, Mayada, Dr. Khadija, what are their roles? How do they contribute to? And they're part of the oversight system also. The SG is also a member of that oversight committee. Over to you, Doctor.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Fatuma. I would like to contribute to the answering or making clear issues related to these regional entity proposals. I think the important issue is for us to first understand the three entities that are involved, and so that we understand why the money is moving the way it is moving. So the proposal was submitted by IGAD with WHO as the implementing entity. Now the implementing entity receives the money on behalf of IGAD. And then it passes on the money to the regional entity, which is the main applicant. Now in that proposal, they include who will be their delivery partner. Delivery partner, now this is to a take, doesn't mean that delivery partner will deliver everything. It is like somebody you would subcontract to deliver part of your work. You can do part of the work yourself, and you can subcontract another party to implement some of the work. So in this case, IGAD keeps some money to implement some activities directly that the regional entity can is able to implement, and then the rest of the money is passed on to Red Cross, IFRC for the bigger part of the implementation. Now, as the implementing entity, WHO receives a small portion for administrative, and then a 3% for implementation for operational costs. And these operational costs is what supports some of the pandemic delivery unit staff that are supporting this regional entity. So when you come to, in terms of proportion, after WHO removes the administrative figure, the money remaining that comes to WHO Afro is 29 million. Out of that 29 million, WHO receives 1 million as operational costs for 3 years. Million is for IGAD. And when it gets to IGAD, this IGAD takes what it had been decided they would have initially for activities they will implement themselves, and the other portion is given to IFRC for delivery. Now, IFRC has partners that they deliver with in the countries, and these are the national Red Cross, Red Crescent societies. So they will talk more about this, but at the national level, within the country, I think most of the activities will be through the National Red Cross, Red Crescent societies, through IFRC, and a few by IGAD. Now, the role of the countries will be to oversee and make sure that this funding is being used to address the real needs in the country, and that implementation is effective and results in line with what is expected. This is the same with the WHO country offices. In terms of accountability, therefore, the accountable agency is IGAD, and with the oversight of WHO. WHO, we are like the monitoring team to make sure that the money that goes to IGAD is distributed as needed. And at IGAD, IGAD is responsible for making sure that their subcontracted party, IFRC, is also implementing in line with what has been agreed, and the IGAD team is also implementing their activity. In terms of flexibility of the funds, once IGAD has, once a pandemic fund has accepted the proposal, they would want that the money is spent as planned within a very small percent of change, 1 to 2%. Beyond a certain percent, you need to go back to pandemic fund for approval. And this is what they are calling the post-approval changes, which is a process that takes a very long time. Now, as you note, this project is about preparing. So a lot of the work is on making sure the country gets better prepared. I think there's a very, very small contingency fund, about 1% or so, for contingency for response. And I think all this contingency fund must have been exhausted in support to MPOX only. So if the IGAD would like to have more contingency fund, again, they will have to go back to Pandemic Fund to seek for that contingency fund. It is a good fund, not Okay, it is a good fund, not very flexible, but if we use it well, we can get the maximum benefits. About the Sudan virus disease, I think what is important is for us to note how the viruses are named. These Ebola viruses are named according to where it was first detected. We have Ebola Bundibujo, which was first detected in Bundibujo district in Uganda. We have Ebola Zaire, first detected in DRC. And now there's Ebola Sudan. It was first detected for the first time in Sudan. It doesn't mean that all the time you have Sudan Ebola outbreak, the outbreak has come from Sudan. It is just because that is where the virus was first identified. I hope I have clarified. Thank you.
Dr. Miriam, maybe before we give IFRC the mic, we can, please don't go with the mic. You can address the issue of the role of WHO country offices.
I think I already talked about
thank you.
it here.
Thank you very much. On that note, I will invite IFRC. How have we addressed the issue of preparedness far and beyond Uganda? And you may also want to mention specifically what we are doing in Sudan, because there was a question on how have we prioritized Sudan in this MPOX response phase. Over to you, IFRC. Colleagues, distinguished participants, just let's be patient a little bit. Lunch will be served very soon.
So for preparedness in terms of the MPOX in the different countries, first of all, IFRC and the national societies have had the available resource before the approval, and there were already ongoing response and preparedness activities, especially in the priority countries. So some of the activities were pre-financed, and then the pandemic fund is being used now to refund some of the pre-financed activities. So this, especially in Uganda and in Kenya, has been really instrumental in knowing that there will be the resource, there was the ability to respond and to prepare for. The same in the other countries. And also in Uganda, based on the ministry's priorities in responding to the MPOX, some priority activities which were identified by the ministry were supported through the Uganda Red Cross. There was also a question about whether how we are operating in countries. Normally, the national societies, the Red Cross, Red Crescent national societies are auxiliary to government authorities, and we have ongoing, we are formed legally under the umbrella of the country's law. However, when there are programs, there is generally a memorandum of understanding needed in some countries. So this is a practice that we always follow. So if there are other questions that I didn't address, then.
Thank you very much. Regarding where is the money, I think one of action that we have made when this question started arising, we actually wrote to the advisors of the ministries of health. I don't know if they're represented here. And we indicated how this money has been distributed, even up to the country level, courtesy of IFRC and Red Cross Red Crescent, which they have indicated very clearly that they are present in the selected cross-border areas, also preparing these areas, these cross-border areas, to respond to pandemic. And a statistics that has also come on my table just to project to participants here is that out of the close to 2.4 million that IGAD received, about 70% directly or indirectly was channeled to supporting Uganda MPOX response. So as Dr. Fatuma had mentioned, that we will prepare also an Excel sheet and project to all participants in responding to the important question of where is the money. I think that will be done later. Colleagues, participants, distinguished guests, I think it is lunchtime, actually past official lunchtime, and I know that the hotel closes lunch at 3, if I'm not wrong. We are now ready for lunch. I believe this is, for most of us, this is always the long-awaited time of the day. So lunch is served at the Sunset Restaurant. A Sunset Restaurant is on your way out of the hotel, but you don't go down, you don't go up. So the instruction is on this floor, after the long corridor, after you exit on that side, after the long corridor, you will be right there and lunch will be served. Bon appetit. If you have any question, we are still here for the next 1.5 days. We also be interacting officially and unofficially during our tea times and other side meetings, official or unofficial. Kindly keep your question when we resume, and as we go through the day's proceeding and tomorrow's proceeding, you can always ask them. Please do not go home with any unanswered question. Enjoy your lunch and see you at exactly 3:15. Thank you very much.
So, colleagues, we are going to get started in 5 minutes. So we can give the heads of delegations 5 minutes to come back, and then we will get started. Thank you. So, colleagues, we are going to get started. Welcome back. I know it's that time of the day when everybody is a little sleepy because of the food. But I think we have to carry on. We have to carry on. We have so much ground to cover. I will be your moderator for the afternoon session. My name is Hassan Mohammed. The plan was actually to look at the continental perspectives and the country perspectives this afternoon. But I'm informed that we still have a lot of pending questions. And we want to take those questions before we go into the continental perspectives and the country perspectives. I'm told that the member states still have some very many unanswered questions. So if you can take probably the first 30 minutes of this afternoon session to clarify some of these activities, then I think that will be in order. So I'm told that Djibouti had indicated they wanted some clarification. So we are going to start with Djibouti, and we'll probably start from that side of the room and then go this way. So Djibouti, You will be number 1, right? Djibouti. Okay. So we are going to start with the Djibouti Secretary General. Then number 2, Director. Do we have another question at the back? No. Those 2 questions from Djibouti. I'm coming this way. So, Ethiopia, any concerns, any clarifications you require? None. Thank you very much. Kenya? Do you have any questions, any clarifications you require, Dr. Lagat? I can see your hand is up. Okay, thank you very much. I think that is even better. I'm told that the heads of delegations have had discussions, and I think the DG is going to be the one who is going to ask any clarifications on behalf of all the other participants. DG, welcome. But I think you can put on our earpieces before DG starts.
Voilà. Salam alaikum. Voilà. Bonsoir tout le monde. Donc, je profite de la même occasion de me présenter. Moi, c'est Dr Maad Nasser. Je suis le directeur général de l'Institut national de santé publique de Djibouti. Certes, nous avons beaucoup de questions, mais nous allons un peu respecter le temps. Respecter le temps. Donc, en ce qui concerne Djibouti et la question surtout de l'Institut national de santé publique et les problèmes de santé publique de Djibouti, vraiment et sincèrement, nous avons des questions très importantes et cruciales. Je voulais un peu d'abord soulever la limite de notre moyen diagnostic. C'est pour cela, en ces derniers temps, Djibouti n'arrive plus à confirmer certains diagnostics, jusqu'à aller même ne pas confirmer le diagnostic des polio. Djibouti est obligé d'acheminer certains tests de polio au Kenya, d'où, dans certains cas, nous n'avons même pas le retour de résultats. Et c'est la même occasion de ce Pandemic Fund qui nous donne cette chance de rejoindre nos pairs pour avoir certains diagnostics et mettre au même niveau nos laboratoires. Et on avait aussi d'autres soucis. Djibouti étant un pays qui est voisin avec l'Éthiopie, la Somalie, l'Érythrée, et néanmoins on peut ajouter aussi le Yémen, qui entre Djibouti et Yémen, il n'y a que 28 km de mer. Donc malgré les guerres du Yémen, Djibouti étant un pays hospitalier, tous ces gens-là viennent à Djibouti, et vous savez que lorsqu'il y a un fort mouvement humain, chaque mouvement humain a ses conséquences. Tellement les conséquences de ces mouvements sont énormes, Djibouti, à un moment donné, n'aura plus un dos pour transporter tous ces fardeaux de ces mouvements humains. En même occasion, nous appelons nos frères de l'IGAD, l'OMS, de renforcer nos surveillances intégrées, de renforcer notre moyen diagnostic et de renforcer la numérisation de nos données pour faciliter l'échange avec les pays transfrontaliers. Néanmoins, on a une autre question cruciale qui est sur les moustiques génétiquement modifiés. C'est une question personnelle. Hein. On ne sait pas qu'une pandémie peut provenir de quoi. On a déjà l'expérience du Covid-19, qui jusqu'à aujourd'hui, nous ne savons pas la réelle cause. Mais ça incrimine des animaux. Mais est-il possible que la prochaine pandémie peut être incriminée par ces moustiques génétiquement modifiés? Et quelle est la position aujourd'hui? Nous savons que Ouganda, aujourd'hui, elle est en train de développer ces moustiques génétiquement modifiés. Donc, en cas, on ne le souhaite pas, si toute chose fuit de notre prévision, quelle est la position exacte de l'IGAD? Est-ce que l'IGAD a une position par rapport à ça? Si oui, si on peut avoir des réponses par rapport à ça. Je vous remercie.
So thank you very much, DG. I think that is critical. You've asked several questions. One is capacities for diagnosis in Djibouti. And you indicated that you had sent samples to Nairobi and you did not get feedback. Issues around movement of people and how this has implications for health security. And issues around digitalization and surveillance in the cross-border areas, whether IGAD is doing something on that. And the issue of genetically modified food, modified mosquitoes. So we're going to break this down and we're going to hand these questions to the different partners. So maybe Dr. Fatuma, do you want to start? Because again, there is the issue of GM, which I want both you and probably Miriam to respond to. IGAD, I think the DG is asking whether we have a position as IGAD on that. And what we think about genetically modified mosquitoes, the movement of people, the digitalization, and the laboratory capacities in Djibouti. So Dr. Fatuma, welcome. If you feel there's somebody else you need to hand over to, then you can do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me start with the easier one, but very controversial, on IGAD's position on genetically modified mosquitoes. As a secretariat, I am not in a position to respond to that, and therefore either WHO or Uganda can respond on that. Our position is that as a secretariat, we are guided by our member states' position, and therefore I will leave at that. On the capacities of laboratory capacity and the weak systems, lab systems in Djibouti, I totally agree with our brother, and that there is need with these resources or with other resources, there is need to strengthen our laboratory capacities. And if this program is able to support that, I think we will do it. The same with digitalization. IGAD has been in the forefront of supporting digitalization of cross-border health services, and we are in the process of resource mobilizing as we speak, and I don't want to go into the details. We are having a serious discussion with one of the development partners, and that supporting digitalization of health systems, cross-border health interventions and services, and ensuring that we are able to access services across our borders is in the top agenda of IGAD, including surveillance. And therefore, I don't know how much resources we have in this program to support, but rest assured that IGAD stands with Djibouti and all other member states in supporting surveillance capacity, digitalizing services and systems to ensure that we improve on health security. Challenges of movement of people across the borders, and what does that mean for health service delivery, we cannot explain it better, and we stand with our member states and see how this program and the activities that are already pre-approved can respond to those across within the context of IGAD. I think I would stop at that. If the other colleagues have something to add on, of course it is welcome. Miriam?
Dr. Miriam, I don't think you'll escape this one. Issues of digitization, issues around mosquitoes. Looks like we are joined at the hip here.
I think that the issue about mosquitoes, maybe Uganda is best placed to respond. I know that the genetically modified mosquitoes were being tried in the control of malaria, because when they are released into the environment, they limit the reproduction of mosquitoes that can transmit malaria. But I don't know if they have been used in Uganda. I've not been in the work of malaria control for a while. Maybe the team in Uganda can tell us. Regarding the digitalization, I think it was approved even in the IHR amendment about the digitalization of information and documents for use at the border, use in surveillance. I think it is a matter of finding the support that you need and the type of digitalized information that you need to create that interoperable surveillance systems. I think this should not be a big problem, but I think it is depending on the information that you need to digitalize, and then the support that you need and ability to find that support. But in terms of digitalization, I think this is the way to go.
Thank you very much, Director.
Yeah, I want to contribute to the good statement from the Director General on sample shipment from Djibouti to Kenya. Indeed, the Kenya Medical Research Institute polio lab is a referral lab for even polio as per WHO. So the need to invest in strengthening that referral mechanism will be something that's going to be very good, and I think the Prepare will certainly make sure that proper laboratory networks are done, and mechanisms like sample referral, shipment, all a priority investment area for the project, and that's a good place to start from. Certainly, we will strengthen that.
Thank you very much, Director. I think issues around sample referral is one of the things we'll be looking at in the next phase of this project. Of course, we will work with WHO, we'll work with Africa CDC, we'll work with the Red Cross and Red Crescent societies to see how we can actually leverage on this funding from the pandemic fund to ensure that countries, not only Djibouti, but I think all the countries have, robust sample referral systems and mechanisms. I want to give the mic to Uganda. I'm sure if we had we don't have someone from African Union, we don't have someone from Africa CDC, I'm sure they will have had a say on this, because I know there's something, we have someone from Africa CDC on the issues of the mosquito, because I know there's something that the Commission is specifically doing. So if you can probably speak to that, if you have, just very briefly, on the issue of genetically modified mosquitoes.
Thank you, moderator. Allow me to come up with the latest information tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I will now give the mic to Uganda. Do you want to respond, Uganda?
Mr. Moderator, thank you so much, and I want to really recognize and and thank the Djibouti Director General for that very pertinent question. And I want to assure the House that Uganda continues to advance research for humanity, not for bad use, not for bad intent. It is for the betterment and protection of humanity. I have less information. I have to make some consultation because this is a question from a very high level. So I have to have some very good words to convey back to the Director General of Djibouti. And I will make that in the next few minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Uganda. We wait your feedback tomorrow. So DG, is that okay? We get some feedback tomorrow from both Uganda and Africa CDC. And I think IGAD and WHO have responded to your questions. In terms of the digitization, I'm sure this is something we will want to talk to you a little more and see how we can leverage on this. The issues around sample referral, the issues around laboratory capacity, I'm sure this is something that IGAD and the Djibouti government can discuss. Thank you. Maybe we will take one set of questions, Doctor, if you'll allow me. For any clarifications, then we can start the session. So I can see one hand there from Somalia. There's another one here, that is South Sudan, I guess. Is that South Sudan? Yes, Somalia, South Sudan. Then I can see Uganda here. And I think we will take those three questions, and I'm going to start with Somalia, and then South Sudan and Uganda in that order.
Thank you so much. My name is Abdel Nasser Yusuf Osman. At the moment, I am serving as a chair of the One Health National Level Technical Working Group and Senior Health Security Advisor to the Ministry of Health, Federal Government of Somalia. I have an overall comment related to the role of community in detecting and responding to infectious disease and to zoonotic disease of pandemic potential. As we know, communities themselves are not the problems to be fixed. They are the solutions that has been systematically ignored. And for decades, most of the, what you call the external actors design interventions in a way that they assume that the communities, the local communities, will simply comply them. And as a result of that, the results are predictable, short-term gains, long-term fragility, and deep, what you call it, mistrust. For that very reason, we have developed a guideline on community conversation using One Health approach. And these community conversations are not lectures, they are spaces in which a wide range of groups, including religious leaders, traditional healers, frontline service providers, and community animal health workers, as well as also the other segments of the communities. They are the ones who are responsible to discuss their local issues from exposure to risky zoonotic diseases of pandemic potential, environmental degradation, climate change, antimicrobial resistance, and food safety. So in Somalia, at the moment, we have also established under the One Health unit a community action network. And we believe that these structures link what communities now to what institutions design. So we need to propose these community action networks to be extrapolated to the East Africa under what you call it through IGAD member status. And we believe that the communities themselves, they have the right to define the meaning of health security. And I hope that this proposal also will be considered. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Abdel Nasser. South Sudan.
Thank you. I'm calling Mangalado.
So I understand there's another question from Somalia. So South Sudan, apologies. I understand there's another question from Somalia, so let them proceed.
Thank you very much. Already, Dr. Osman mentioned a lot of overall. In my question, my name is Abdurrashid. I'm the Director of Environment at Ministry of Environment and Climate Change. I have some question and some comments. Based on the project effectiveness, and considering that different member countries have various policies and frameworks, maybe we need to make sure that harmonizing policy, because considering the harmonizing policies that can be implementing One Health approach. And also, we need to ensure the strengthening environmental and biodiversity policies, included national and regional plans, because one of the determinants in biodynamic issues is environmental drivers, and East Africa is the where more vulnerable issues in terms of the environmental and biodiversity. That's my general question. I have some comments for implementing this biodynamic, prepare project. Maybe partners, they need to consider some issues like, because all the countries in IGAD member states are not the same page. Some are improving, some are still struggling, like Somalia. And also, Somalia and other neighbor countries, they have long border than others. For example, we share a border with Ethiopia, which is longest, 1,650 kilometers, which are also very open and exposure for the different issues. So maybe in future and the current projects, they need to consider some specific, unique for the national level. Thank you very much.
Thank you. As I've said earlier, I'm called Emmanuel Lado. I work for the National Ministry of Environment and Forestry. I think it's off. Oh. Operational control. Thank you. I'm as well the national focal person for One Health under the ministry. So I'm actually coordinating NAP's development and its implementation. I have a set of questions based on this project, and I believe that in order for us to have an effective pandemic preparedness and response, it dwells much on four pillars. One is the human resource, two is surveillance, three is lab network, and four is cross-cutting issues. When we look at the lab network, we find out that the human sector is doing very well, and the animal sector is somehow not as in compared to the human, it is a bit lacking as well. But when it comes to the environmental lab or environmental sector, this is greatly lacking. And I don't know how can we bridge this gap when it comes to this Prepare project in the spirit of One Health, since there is actually a limited capacity in the environmental sector when we talk of lab. The other question is there any criteria that has been used under this project for resource allocation in regards to prioritization of activities under these Prepare projects? Because, for instance, when we look at surveillance, surveillance pillar requires that there should be a collective or collaborative response towards emergencies and towards pandemic preparedness and response. But if one sector is really behind, how can we bridge or how can we bring that gap into equilibrium? I submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, South Sudan. Is that Somalia? Can I give you the next round because there was a question from Uganda? I'll give we'll answer this first set of questions and then I'll come back to you in the next round. Uganda.
Thank you very much. Allow me to re-echo because what I wanted to raise, it has been kind of raised, but still I still have a strong belief that the preventive interventions have not been addressed very well in this project. I will single out, like, we are really, we want to prevent the next pandemic, but I see that our efforts are geared towards only response mechanisms, but I think we need also to explore other interventions, like capturing the environment drivers of pandemics for us to come out unique, such as climate change and ecosystem disruptions, and we see how they really contribute to the emergency and spread of pandemics or outbreaks, all how they influence the transmission of zoonotic diseases. Then too, is there a window where we can integrate WASH into Prepare efforts? Because we know at the points of entry, a case for Uganda, the assessments we've done, still it is an area where WASH is still wanting, and any other way we can promote climate resilient health systems. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Uganda. I think there are several different aspects I'm going to give you in the next round, Sudan, because these sets of questions were actually packed. So we want to unpack those questions and maybe probably respond to them before we can take the next set of questions, because okay.
I'm from Sudan. I'm Dr. Al-Fadl from Sudan.
Okay.
Really, I need to connect that issue raised by colleague from Somalia. He says that the country, our IGAD members, the problem is not the same. For that, I heard that from Dr. Fatima. She says that we go for, in the surveillance area, we go for the digitalization, or the electronic system for the surveillance. For that, there is some areas they didn't have a very good connection, internet connection or something like that. For that, if you go for one plan for the IGAD region, let us consider the areas that they have some problem, like Sudan. Currently, indicator-based only covers 4% of the country. How we can go for the, I think, digitalization or going for the electronic system? For that, you have to segregate the country based on their problems. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And I think that is, it's clear that Sudan has a set of challenges that are probably very different from the other member states. So we will respond to those sets of questions. I know there are many, many questions, and this is why we decided we will open this session to questions. So, I know there are very many questions, Dr. Fatuma, and most of them are actually directed towards you. There's the issue that was raised by Somalia around the tools that they have developed and the policies that are lacking, and the harmonization efforts that need to be done in the region to ensure that we have harmonized policies and tools for that matter. Then there's the issue that was raised by South Sudan around the mismatch between the different sectors and how we can have collaborative efforts and how we can bring the sectors together. Then there's the issue of climate, how we can integrate that, how we can look at the nexus between climate and pandemics, and how we can incorporate WASH activities into the interventions that we have designed. Of course, Uganda has indicated that the interventions were not very well designed, but I think it is also good to look back and see how we co-designed these activities. So I think in the co-design mechanism that we used when we were bidding for this funding, I hope someone from IFRC can also come in and probably respond to that and give some background on how we came up with this set of activities. So over to you, Dr. Fatuma. So Abade, you want to go first?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mine is just to say that based on the activity that I presented this morning, if you look at the activity, they are very broad activities, which requires unpacking. And the best approach will be to try and align, once we unpack the activities, try to align those activities with country priorities. So the reason why we shared the template for country presentation, we also wanted to know what are their priorities. Then try to see how best we can align our activities and their priorities. And that will really make our life easier and have a bigger impact than just following what we have in the proposal. So, and I mentioned these are high-level activities that needs to be broken down, to be unpacked. And during the unpacking, I think we'll try as much as possible to align with country priorities. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Abade. I think Dr. Abade has spoken to generally what were our perspective. One, as he said, the activities, both the regional activities, the community-based activities that are being implemented by IGAD, IFRC, and the societies are flexible enough to adopt and take up some of the issues that have been raised by our member states. What does that mean? Issues first on the tools. Thank you, Dr. Abdenasir. Again, we will look at under the activities for developing tools, strategies, and documents and policy documents, we would see what else can we do and how can those tools that Somalia has suggested be adopted into this regional program, and are they relevant? Before we even adopt, we have to ensure that these tools are also acceptable, relevant to other member states, because this is a regional program. And therefore, we will ensure that we have the right tools, and if those tools would help us, or if they are the right tools, we'll take them up, of course, in consensus, consultation with the rest of the government. Director Environment from Somalia, yes, again, as you said, this is quite true. We will see what is it, this being a One Health program, what is it that on the environmental issues, the biodiversity issues that were raised, how can we embed some of the activities that are coming up in the work plan. Issues of porous borders for all countries, yes, Somalia has the largest porous borders with Ethiopia, with Kenya also. I know you share a very long stretch with Kenya and Ethiopia. that puts Somalia at risk, but also the other countries that are neighboring Somalia in that border. So the work of IGAD is to ensure that, you know, we address health risks across these porous borders. And South Sudan, I think the question you asked, how can we have a well-coordinated, collected response across the sectors? This project, I don't know which magic we will use. The agenda we have is, can we establish a functional One Health system across the 7 countries? And this makes the program very complex. We don't have the answer, but IGAD, IFRC, and WHO and the Pandemic Fund are equally intending to put that system in place. And I think the responsibility lies with the government, the commitment, and that we use the resources to build that. Climate and pandemic WASH activities, again, we will be open enough to ensure that whatever is possible that can be addressed in this program, we will do it. How do we want to do it? As Miriam has said, this is a pre-designed program. The work plan has been endorsed against a set of activities and a set of budget. And flexibility is very limited. But we feel that if you present your work plans, the activities that are very necessary that have regional implication with us tomorrow, then we will have an internal IGAD, IFRC, WHO discussion and say, these are activities that are submitted by our member states. Where do they fit? And how can we embed those activities into the system? I hope this is doable, but we are open to further discussions and ideas. I don't know if the rest of the IGAD colleagues would add into this, but I would stop at that.
So, Dr. there was a question from Sudan, who have indicated that actually the surveillance system has collapsed because of the war there. And maybe this question is for all of us, not only IGAD, but I think even WHO, the International Federation of the Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies, and the Sudanese probably Red Crescent Society. So if you can respond briefly how that can be supported. Maybe this is something you want to respond to. I know, sorry for putting you on the spot, but I think we have to do it the hard way.
You need to go for the electronic system because to be generalized for all the state members states. For that, you have to look for the country based on the priority and based on the problems. As you said, the most of the country or the health system already destroyed. And even the surveillance system before the war, it is very limited and have a lot of challenges. For that, my priority, now we're looking for the mobile to be distributed as health centers, the internet to be there, and something like that. No need to go for the digitalization in this time. That is, I need to make a priority for the country based on their needs on the ground. No, make something to be generalized for all the state members. That is my question.
Maybe I'll maybe want to mention one thing that as we are discussing about the activities, I think we also need not to deviate from the intended purpose of the funding. We talked about the issue of strengthening cross-border. I think if the activity that is related to cross-border strengthening surveillance at the cross-border point, that is easy to anchor within the project. Then the other thing we should also have in mind, as we are thinking of surveillance, we should not only think of the human health. How do we bring in the environment and also the animal health? Because the way the project is designed, it must use the One Health approach. So as we are discussing about the activities, one, we should not forget the cross-border issues, mobile population, and also the One Health approach. Thank you.
Yes, so Hannah, IFRC team, I know you want to respond because you're also doing something on this area.
Yeah, I think as much as there are regional components which are more focusing on the digitalization, there are also cross-border specific interventions. With regard to surveillance, definitely it is going to depend on the local context. And if the immediate need is, ensuring that there is continuous surveillance system to function within the existing capacity, that's what we'll focus on. And that is what the South Sudan Red Crescent program is focusing on. But I think with regard to the digitalization, it is creating the common platform, and the most important focus is sharing information, sharing surveillance data between the countries during, especially across the borders. I think the other point was, I think that's it, right?
Yeah, the issue around the background to how we crafted these activities and interventions.
With regard to the way it was designed and the identification of the gaps, there were workshops, webinars that involved the One Health parties, and during that time there was a capacity gap analysis, and it is based on that the key issues of each country were identified and crafted into the program. So I think there is a level of consultation, and I think with coming also to the point of Dr. Abade, there have been lots of consultation, and I know in Sudan, for example, they have a seconded animal health person within the Ministry of Health, and that's how they are integrating and using the One Health approach. So I think there is this engagement with each country, and the program tries to focus on the existing issues, but within the framework of the Prepare regional program. So local contexts are not going to be overlooked because we operate within the existing context.
Thank you very much, Hannah. I think the way the project was designed is it's designed in such a way that we have consultations all along the way. Even when we designed it before, when we were bidding for the money, actually, I think some of you sitting in this room were probably there and crafted some of these activities. So we are going to take the last set of questions. I know Somalia had raised their hands. Any other hand? Yes, I can see Kenya, but I want to give Somalia first. Daktari, I'll come to you. Somalia, then Kenya. Then we have Uganda here, Fred. So I'm going to start with Somalia. Somalia, please proceed.
Okay, thank you. My question is about my colleagues, the questions they raised, and it's about how can Somalia prioritize and advocate for its own priorities of surveillance. For example, in Somalia, we don't face Ebola outbreaks and Mpox. Somehow we have other outbreaks like diphtheria that's going in Somalia right now, and it happens so often. So my question is, how can we prioritize our own disease testings or surveillance in general? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Somalia. Somalia, if you can switch off the mic. Kenya.
Yeah, thanks. All protocols observed. Now, I think mine is really a clarification on what we are trying to achieve. I seem to hear that what we are trying to do from a regional perspective is to pick regional priorities as opposed to member state specific priorities. But having said that, though, if we go by the idea of member state regional priorities, then I think it is important that member states are able to present their strategic plans so that we see what is common across the member states. Then we are able to pick out what is cross-cutting. Two, I think at the end of the day, whatever approach we take, all these activities are going to be undertaken in member states. So, of necessity, we need to see what kind of allocative criteria we adopt and maybe what the modalities for funding those regional priorities, but being undertaken at member states will be. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kenya. Fred?
Thank you very much. Fred Monge is my name. I'm the One Health focal person for the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, Uganda. I scanned through the activities under the areas like which are highlighted under surveillance. But I noticed that much as different countries have developed what I call prioritized zoonotic diseases, I didn't see anything being referred to in that sense. I don't know whether I want to be assured that still somehow or somewhere we shall cater for it, because I'm aware that different countries have come up with prioritized zoonotic diseases, many of which seem to cut across the in the IGAD region. So maybe somebody can throw some light on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, South Sudan.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Mine is a short comment, and then I will conclude with also a short question. And it is complementing my colleague Emmanuel from Ministry of Environment from South Sudan. And my name is Dr. Angelo Gopton. I'm the Director of Health Security, Emergency Workforce Development, and One Health. I also serve as the Chair of One Health in South Sudan. So my point will go to the point that was raised before on how we can strengthen the capacities of One Health across sectors, which is a very difficult question. But I want to say, if we look at the current project, phase 1, most of the activities were actually directed to lower level compared to the national level, where policies are made and also where the One Health Secretariat operate. To me, we could be happy to first strengthen the base of One Health at the national level, because with strong One Health at the national level, then we can go to the lower level with the policies that we have developed. Like the example of South Sudan, we recently launched the One Health Strategic Plan. You will see tomorrow in our presentation, which is costed at 27.1 million. Which has a lot of detailed activities that will be conducted at the lower level. So I'm looking forward the phase 2 of the project, which is purely One Health approach. I've seen that. We need to correct that and make sure that we strengthen the secretariat at the national level. We also make sure that we work on some collaboration among sectors, strengthening the One Health multi-sectoral coordination mechanism at the national level. We will now drive, the One Health at the lower level to become more stronger. So now I want to conclude with a question. It seems like the funding go to implementing partners in member states. And this is because of some rules, like in South Sudan, we have something called zero cash policy. We do not allow the fund to go from supporting regional bodies to the government. So the money go to the implementing partners. But sometimes implementing partners come with their own design. So they will say, we are operating in this and we cannot do this. So how can we address that? We understand that the partners are supposed to also align the activities with the government as well, government priorities. So what can we do in this case? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I can see Dr. Abade wants to switch on. I actually wanted to give you these questions.
Yeah, maybe I will want maybe to respond to the last speaker, South Sudan, and maybe I will want to combine with Kenya because it's almost similar. As much as we have this regional activity, our desire is to try and align with the member states' priority. And if we are to achieve our objective, we have to make sure that we address the priority of the different member states. So we have our activities as a regional activity, but we'll try as much as possible to align with the member states' priority. Then the other maybe thing I wanted to respond to is in regards to the priority illnesses, the priority diseases. Most of the member states, IGAD member states, use the integrated disease surveillance and response approach, where if you look at the categorization of diseases, there are those we call outbreak-prone diseases. And if you look at the member states, the outbreak-prone diseases are almost similar, almost 80% similar in terms of the conditions that are prioritized for, that falls under the outbreak-prone. So I don't think it will be a big problem. Maybe the variation should be less than 10% in terms of variation. So I want to believe that most of the member states, the priority illnesses are the same. That's what I wanted to. And for Somalia, I think the project is not only to address EVD and viral hemorrhagic fever. I think it's for all the priority outbreak-prone illnesses. Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Fatuma.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Abade, for responding to that. I wanted to acknowledge the comment from Kenya, and looks like you really got the gist of this initiative, that this is a regional initiative. And what are the regional interventions? Regional interventions are issues that are common to all the member states. Though, you know, all our issues are common at all levels, but what is regional? And those were the questions we were asked. What is regional activity and what are national activities? And we had to really do away with what Kenya can do on its own, what Uganda can do on its own, and we focused on issues that if Kenya does not work with Uganda, we cannot move forward. So I think it is, we request also the understanding of our member states that where we come from, we are to link countries and focus on what one country alone cannot do it. And it is good to unpack that, and we hope the member states will present these regional priorities. The other thing I also wanted to, and I should have said this, is IGAD, IFRC, and WHO submitted a proposal for the first round. When we were developing that proposal, we worked with the member states. I think we've had 2 years of consultation, online consultation. We had a physical meeting supported by IFRC and WHO. So these activities that you're seeing did not come out of the blues. We worked together and our proposal submitted. It was rated very good. We appreciated ourselves, and we again went into working on the comments from the pandemic fund and resubmitted the proposal. Member states, and some of you were here, you worked on this proposal with us. And I don't think it is good that it looks like it is IGAD who sat somewhere and IFRC and WHO that put these activities together. Yes, we understand priorities have changed, issues have come in and gone, and that we have to align, realign. However, we complied with the key components that were put together by pandemic fund, but the issues, the cross-border nature of it, even the community component, you know, it was not there in the first round, but it came out strongly by, you know, being innovative with IFRC, and we included that. That does not mean, again, we are not ready to adjust the activities based on the current priorities. We will do that. However, these activities were co-designed, co-developed with the member states. So this is a general statement, and thank you, colleague, for reminding me. I felt like we sat somewhere and developed this, but I also got reminded that we worked on this together. So this is my closing statement, and thank you for the concerns.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fatuma. I think I want to end this session of plenary here because as Dr. from Kenya had indicated, we're going to have country presentations. And then probably we will have a very similar set of questions coming up. And just to respond to probably South Sudan, I think the activities that were done were not only low level, but we also had very high level activities. And one of the things that we did when we were doing the emergency phase is actually to develop a regional curriculum. I know that is still has not been validated, but that is something that we want to validate, hopefully going forward. The other thing is we also developed a competency framework, Daktari, for One Health. And I think these are some of the things that we've done at the higher up level. And I think the thrust of this project is actually the cross-border areas. And for the simple reason that we wanted to create an interface between the different countries so that countries are able to speak to each other. Systems, health systems are able to speak to each other. And we have coordinated efforts across the region. So it's a mix of both. It's both high level and low level. And I think this is why we have the partnership with IFRC and WHO, with WHO as the technical leads, advising on what to do, with IFRC, present in all the countries and even the cross-border areas, and the regional mandate of IGAD. So this is, this was a deliberate, arrangement that we had to come together. So thank you very much. I think I'm going to end here. And I want to invite my colleague, my co-moderator, Caleb. Caleb, if you can come forward. Let's put our hands together for Caleb, kindly. Thank you, Caleb.
Very well, very, very well. So, since he has done the honors of appreciating me as I walked in, so thanks a lot once again. So can we appreciate him also for facilitating that session very well? A better clap, please. The gentleman has really tackled the, the hard ones. Eh? In South Sudan, I'm sure you have those young men who, wrestle the bulls down. Eh? Yeah, so he's demonstrated that, and not really bull in that sense, but the core and strong and heavy issues that need to be discussed. Before I came here, I saw an article, not really an article, but a press release by IGAD from the Climate Center. I cannot see it. Oh, it's here. So, and I'm sure some of you have already received the climate outlook for October, November, December. And it gave the picture of how the situation will be as regards rain and all that. And just to give you what I took from the outlook is that when you look at the region, there are areas like the Horn of Africa that will receive, below normal rainfall between this period. And there are other areas, parts of South Sudan and Uganda, which will receive above normal, with some areas with likelihood of over 70%. And as we work on One Health and the pandemics that are there and epidemics that follow with such, then our mind comes to resilient systems that then will enable us to transit and go through all these shocks that arise or contribute to the outbreaks. It is my pleasure to introduce the next facilitator of this session. Her name is Dr. Angela Akol. from WHO based in Brazzaville. She is a seasoned public health specialist. Actually, she's a senior public health advisor at WHO Afro. And she comes with a lot of experience on matters health system strengthening, or the public health systems strengthening. And maybe because I have introduced her as such, I would just want to say, as Africans, we are very keen on what a name means. Is that right or not right? Hello? Are we asleep or awake? We are awake, right? I need us to be awake, as our colleague will come through. So, ACOL is a name which really resonates with the press release that we've just received, that we need to have resilient health systems, looking at the context of the epidemics that are there. Because ACOL means, you know, somebody who came after or a follower, you know, making better. You can infer it that way. You know, somebody who has come after a certain, a previous group or cohort of children. So that is a better breed. So even as we work together, her input as regards building resilient health systems in the context of this funding would be then in line with her name. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Angela ACOL with some clap. Thank you very much. And our colleagues. So the technical team, you can assist us to have it displayed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Caleb. And as the technical team gets me ready, I want to thank you in particular for teaching me about the meaning of my name. In the many decades I've been on earth, no one has presented it so beautifully. So, building back better. That is what resilience is all about. And I hope in the next few minutes, we can together come to an understanding of how resilience helps us to build back better. Is it not there? Here you go. This morning, my senior colleague, Dr. Miriam, gave us a theme for the entire week. And she said, no pandemic should find us unprepared. Ladies and gentlemen, that shouldn't be a mere prayer. That should be a call to action. And building resilience is actually the action around no pandemic finding us unprepared. No pandemic and no shock. So I want to thank you all for the opportunity and to thank you and congratulate the partnership between WHO and IGAD and IFRC on this very seminal project and the dividends it's going to give us. I bring you greetings from WHO Afro, from the Health Systems and Services Cluster, in particular from my director, Dr. Adelaide Onyango, who is busy at the regional committee in Lusaka. Otherwise, should be here giving this presentation the weight it deserves. So we're going to discuss the role of the Pandemic Fund in safeguarding the continent's future. And I know you're all experts on this theme, so I'm hoping it will be more of a discussion. I'll preface the presentation by saying that universal health coverage and health security are two sides of the same coin. When we build resilience to achieve universal health coverage, we are also promoting health security. It's really a double win. And we build resilience for universal health coverage for several reasons. We've all talked about the frequent health emergencies and systemic vulnerabilities that we are prone to. We've made progress in implementing the international health regulations, but COVID-19 exposed us. And this was on the back of the West Africa Ebola virus disease, which showed us that our systems are woefully weak. We also know that the SDGs are upon us, and resilient health systems are essential if we are to achieve SDGs and UHC goals. So we shall look at our understanding of resilience and delve a little into the role of the Pandemic Fund. So we like to say resilience, but what does it mean? The literature tells us that health system resilience refers to the system's ability to respond to crises, to adapt and to learn from shocks that are both external and internal. We tend to forget the internal shocks. We tend to think that shocks come from somewhere, but sometimes they come from within. In WHO, in 2022, we customized our own definition of resilience as effectively prevent, remember prevent, prepare for, detect, adapt, respond, and recover from public health threats, while ensuring the maintenance of quality, essential, and routine health services in all contexts. This is key. If continuity of essential and routine health services does not happen, then that is not true resilience. And we expand it from health outbreaks to conflict and violence as well. So in layman's terms, a resilient system should be able to respond to emergencies while continuing to provide essential services with minimal interruption. The key attributes to focus on are adaptability, learning, leadership, and community trust. We've talked of the rationales, you know, the high disease burden, climate change and displacement, and aging populations. These are epidemiologic reasons to look at resilience. Okay, we have, someone mentioned NCDs that are growing. This was Director Olaro DG. So those are epidemiologic reasons for resilience. But we also have talked about current fiscal constraints, the contextual factors with regards to financial resource and availability. In summary, resilience drives cost effectiveness because when we set up default systems that prevent disease, it is less expensive than curing a condition during an outbreak. I will not dwell on this too much, but we are guided by several conceptual frameworks. The WHO Health Resilience Toolkit showcases characteristics of resilient health systems. One is awareness. I wish I had a pointer. Is this a pointer? Over there. Okay, this one is not working. Awareness, because every system should be able to recognize its capacities and weaknesses. It should be able to mobilize resources and support. Is this the one? Okay, the mouse itself. Okay, great. It should be able to make its own decisions. This is very important for autonomy, and to integrate all the wide range of services that are under its remit. But also, a resilient system characteristic is identifying and applying lessons from shocks. And this is very important when we come to the role of the Pandemic Fund in helping us to learn. Another framework which is instructive is a framework for health system resilience. This font changed when I sent the presentation. Please note it's not my preferred font. But the first layer from this World Bank model, they have a 3-layer model for health system resilience. The first layer is the one on risk reduction, prevention and community preparedness. Is the one that tells us what resilience looks like. Leveraging primary health care, data, multi-sectoral coordination, emergency preparedness, health workforce capacity, and so on and so forth, policy and legal underpinnings, and so on, community engagement. So these are relevant frameworks, but there are so many out there. Closer to home, as WHO, Africa region, we have our framework for sustaining resilient health systems to achieve universal health coverage and promote health security. And this framework runs until 2030. The framework is underpinned by strengthened public health, primary health care. It defines the essential public health functions that should be protected in a resilient health system. It also talks about strengthened governance and coordination of multi-sectoral actors. The framework aims to enable member states to develop the capacities needed to achieve universal health coverage and health security. It goes on to outline a set of health system targets. If you wish, we can make it available as a reference document. In all this, there are core elements that a resilient health system should focus upon. This is what we look at as WHO. Governance, leadership and accountability. Financing is a very important element of a resilient health system. A skilled, motivated, and equitably distributed health workforce. Sufficient health infrastructure, comprising of fit-for-purpose health facilities, local manufacturing, and supply chains. Service delivery, we talked of continuity of essential services is a very important element, as well as information systems and community engagement. Now, Caleb, I know your time is short, but I'll run through each of these, outlining the priorities that the Pandemic Fund can support. Under governance, leadership and coordination. This is important because it provides the framework for decision-making and accountability. And I'm sure within within IGAD and in the region, there are mechanisms for these leadership frameworks. Effective coordination ensures that all systems function together, every part. And as WHO, we strive to ensure that every country has an enabling legislative and regulatory policy environment to advance universal health coverage, implementation of the international health regulations, and other pandemic-related frameworks, especially the pandemic agreement when it comes into force. We also strive at regional and continental level to set up standards and coordination mechanisms for expanded partnerships and collaboration, including resource mobilization. Financing is important, and perhaps this is one of the areas that the Pandemic Fund could support. We know that predictable financing for health security is key to building resilient systems. The core interventions should be domestically financed, especially if we are looking at autonomy of our responses. So we try to conduct advocacy for increased domestic financing in line with the Abuja Declaration. Social health insurance schemes are very important here. And we aim to support countries to facilitate rapid response and scalable financing for a rapid response. A contingency fund for emergencies has been talked about, and I think this is an advocacy agenda that we should follow. Increasingly, we are looking at aid alignment and advocate that available financing should support integrated health sector planning consistent with the Lusaka agenda. The Pandemic Fund has a very strong focus on the health workforce, and this is very welcome. Health workforce is a very important element of resilient health systems. We know that COVID-19 showed us that there are orphan cadres that are really needed but are not available, and these urgently need affirmative action. Some of these are mental health experts. We've also talked about the need for social scientists and epidemiologists. A health workforce agenda would support action in this regard. Countries need to review and assess their health workforce status, as well as the distribution. A lot of our workforce is urban-centered. We need to focus on quality education, training, recruitment. And there are bespoke tools that WHO has, the health labor market analysis, the workforce indicators, staffing and needs, and other tools that can support this agenda. Importantly, the capacity of community health workers is relevant. as well as such support to enable rapid response during emergencies. WHO Afro has set up the Africa Health Workforce Investment Charter that helps countries to invest in an improved workforce, and is something that we look forward to taking forward. Another component of a resilient health system is the district-led programming that drives community systems and tools. Ladies and gentlemen, this is important for 3 reasons. A very important reason relevant to health security is that district-led programming will facilitate the functionality of subnational public health emergency operation centers, which we like to call FIOCs, as well as district incident management teams and rapid response teams. For border districts, a district-led programming approach would support the implementation of points of entry and border health interventions, as well as strengthening primary health care, risk communication, and community engagement. As we come to the end of the components of a resilient health system, health information systems is something that cuts across. And we need a paradigm shift in this regard from routine management of health data and moving towards risk forecasting, event detection, response monitoring. We need to take advantage of the gift of artificial intelligence that is with us and do digital transformation, leveraging the technology available to create interoperable electronic information systems which link the different sectors in a One Health approach: human, animal, and environmental surveillance and lab data systems. This is a very important way forward in health information systems. As usual, we have to improve data quality and increase lab capacity and surveillance to link with all the other data systems we have available. Medicines and infrastructure is important. Under these, I will highlight that health infrastructure is inadequate, and yet adequate infrastructure assures trust in the health system. We need infrastructure that is fit for purpose, that is safe, that is functional, and that is available for climate and disaster resilience purposes, not just health outbreaks. There has to be a dedicated budget for maintenance. I think this is one of the things that we need to advocate. Importantly, because I'm speaking to policymakers here, nationally owned health infrastructure plans need to be integrated in national health strategic plans, as well as social and economic development strategies. Okay, under medicines, we need to take advantage of the Africa Medicines Agency, which was recently functionalized, as well as the Africa Continental Free Trade Area and the Regional Economic Communities Free Trading Treaties. These are important as we look towards pooled procurements, as well as models that support enhanced supply chain management and smooth flow of commodities to enable faster procurement and distribution. Okay, so under medicines, the important thing here is to leverage the institutions we have available to advance pooled procurements, to conduct market shaping and harmonizing regulation that will lead us to local manufacturing. It's also important to engage between governments, the private sector, and international organizations. So now we come to the Pandemic Fund. How does the Pandemic Fund fit in with these frameworks? The Pandemic Fund is a welcome mechanism. So far, 885 million has been provided in grants across 75 countries. This is a significant investment. And relevant to us, approximately 43%, at least as of September last year, had been allocated to Sub-Saharan Africa for rounds 1 and 2. This amount of funding has leveraged an additional $6 billion. This is not small money. And this is important because it is money that is available to us to utilize for the broader health system. Very important, the pandemic fund is country-led. Therefore, it ensures alignment with national priorities and fosters government ownership and sustainability. The pandemic fund contributes to building resilience. The challenge is ours. How do we leverage the fund to support essential public health functions? The pandemic fund focuses on surveillance, labs, and health workforce in a One Health approach. Because of this, the pandemic fund promotes multi-sectoral collaboration, which is a tenet of resilient health systems. Further, the pandemic fund advances community engagement and coordination, which we try to drive as we seek to strengthen systems resilience. By strengthening community systems to improve outreach, surveillance, it also supports building of trust and emphasizes retention and distribution of skilled personnel. This is a positive factor of the pandemic fund. However, what other opportunities exist, and this is something that we can all discuss, to strengthen systems resilience through the pandemic fund? I suggest 4, but this is by no means an exhaustive list. The pandemic fund, it has been said here, can align with universal health coverage and climate goals. It should prioritize projects that integrate equity, sustainability, and climate resilience. More explicit attention can be paid to the pillars on universal health coverage. For example, financial protection, integrated service delivery, and so on and so forth, infrastructure. Another opportunity that could be considered is to develop a measurement framework for resilience. There are models from WHO and other international organizations which track system-level outcomes of resilience. And the pandemic fund could integrate resilience metrics into grant evaluation, as well as requiring in M&E plans indicators that assess the long-term impact of the grant on health system resilience. We've talked about infrastructure. We shouldn't belabor the point, but infrastructure for care at all levels is critically essential. So consider complementing early warning systems and lab support with infrastructure development to support primary health care, to support adequate patient triage and cohorting, as well as infrastructure for local manufacturing, as these directly contribute to systems resilience. And finally, health systems are not static. They are very adaptive. The pandemic fund can support adaptive learning. Regional hubs for sharing lessons and real-time feedback can be prioritized. I was pleased to hear that there will be an annual forum for learning in this grant, and those are some of the learning platforms that the pandemic fund can prioritize. So ladies and gentlemen, I believe that is it. And it's a pleasure to address this important subject. I look forward to questions. These are the key takeaways, which we have already talked about. I'll just end by saying resilience must be intentionally designed and funding. And pandemic fund investments can be used efficiently to support broader improvements in the health system, supporting essential public health functions. Caleb, I'll pass on over back to you.
Can we give a better clap?
The three.
So we will have a session for...
Can you give her Asante Sana first?
Oh, yes. Where is my friend?
Asante Sana. Yongeza tena. Thank you so much.
Come again. Do it again.
Asante Sana. Yongeza tena.
Thank you. So just so that hope we are able to interact better with her presentation, and thank you very much. We will have a Q&A. Probably we get three, in batches of three, as we wrap up for the day. So you will take. Good. So proceed. That is from Ethiopia.
Thank you for the nice presentation. Mine is a brief one, and I like always One Health. Without multi-sectoral and multidisciplinary and the coordination and the collaboration, as you can see, we cannot talk of resilience and global health security, ensuring, and also national health security. So this One Health is not an option this time, and it is a must. So, but in most of our presentation, still I observe organizational silos and also professional silos, which are actually identified and the grand challenge of One Health. So when we are talking resilience and also pandemic fund, we only consider One Health into surveillance system. Your focus was also onto surveillance. So data sharing from these key One Health sectors, animal environment, and the human. What about preparedness? Preparedness also include ensuring the logistics and the medicines and the vaccines, as you have said, and also response, multi-sectoral disease outbreak investigation and the response, multi-sectoral or One Health rapid response team and the prevention. So what about the workforce? The workforce with regard to One Health. You know, when we are considering vaccines and the medicines, for example, you can take rabies. You don't think vaccine for domestic dog. We are always managing crisis in human being. So we need to strategically invest our medicines and also vaccines for risk mitigation and the preventive measures. That's usually the mandate of environmental sector and also animal health sector. So ensuring resilience and also this global and national health security should be thought in different ways like this. This is a kind of paradigm shift. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Colleague from Uganda. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Fred Monje from Uganda. Thank you once again for the nice presentation. My question is, from the COVID-19 experience, are there some new components you introduced to what a good resilience health system is? Because before you had all that, but following the experience of COVID, are there some other new things which you added or which you emphasize, according to WHO, which a true health system resilience should have or must have among the so many? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We can have a third. Proceed.
Yeah, thank you so much, and allow me to thank my sister for that very beautiful presentation on resilience. And we need to recognize that the pandemic fund is all for a resilient world. So I would have loved in her presentation if she cross-checked this project against the metrics of resilience. That are we really, is this project up and framed to answer resilient world, to answer resilient question as it is needed and as we presented? Because our day-to-day activities contribute heavily on the overall resilience of a system and resilience of a community. And again, I would also have loved to see, are we answering a resilient cross-border community, a resilience cross-border mechanism or programming? In this framing of the project, are you seeing this coming up or embedded or really inserted, so that we see that we are answering that very huge and very wonderful question? Over and thank you.
Thank you very much. We can have a fourth question. We can have a fourth question so that she can respond. Very well. So over to you, Dr.
Thank you so much, Caleb. And it's great to hear these questions being asked, because these are the central questions when one is thinking about resilience. I'll start from the last one. You know, the challenge with responding to calls for application is that you stick to the requirements of the call to the letter. Even if you know differently, you fear to deviate even a little, lest your proposal is thrown out. So I will throw this challenge back to you, my brother from Uganda. Can we interrogate this project from the lens of resilience? Very well, we wrote a winning proposal. We won the resources we won. We now go to implement. As we implement, how do we make resilience a day-to-day practice in this project? Right now, it might not tick all the boxes, but a year from now, the onus is on you to see that more boxes are ticked as we go along. And same with resilient cross-border communities. And that is the challenge with our borders. We need interoperable systems that can support a cross-border response which is resilient. Every country has their practices. We have data sharing principles that might not fit in with some of the tenets of a resilient health system, but it is up to us, right? It has to be intentionally designed, and it has to be locally owned. So Fred, you asked from COVID, are there new components? So you'll realize that most of these frameworks are post-COVID. COVID taught us a lot of lessons. One of the lessons it taught us is that our frameworks, our structures were quite generic. So much as there are no brand new components, we are redefining. We are repurposing what existed. Like I mentioned, health systems are adaptive. They continually learn and change based on the circumstance. COVID was a shock that taught us lessons. So I'll give an example. When we talk about infrastructure, right now we are talking about sufficient space for triage, for IPC, infection prevention and control. Before that, it was bed capacity. When we talk about, for example, health financing, previously it was sufficient health financing, Abuja Declaration. We're now talking about financial protection because we saw how many people got impoverished by COVID. When we talk about commodities, we're thinking about the cost of vaccines, which previously was not first, upfront in our minds. So the elements are the same. It is the way in which we think about them that has been instructed by COVID. Now, we don't know what the next pandemic will bring. We will probably have to revise and revitalize our systems. But for now, let us make sure that what we have is robust enough. And then Ethiopia, thank you for that question on multisectorality and the reality of our siloed world. We live in silos. The question was One Health in preparedness. Preparedness doesn't lend itself very well to a One Health approach because preparedness is really talking about the pillars of the health system. And I think we can do better in trying to embed the One Health approach in preparedness. Right now, I will say I haven't seen it working quite well in terms of system strengthening. Health workforce is perhaps a low-hanging fruit because we're already talking about a multidisciplinary workforce or a multivalent professional. But we don't have the training curricula yet. What we need to do is develop this kind of competency frameworks and training curricula, especially for the frontline health workers, so that the one person can be able to detect a condition in the animal side of things and relate it to conditions they're seeing on the human health side of things. I think health workforce might be one of the low-hanging fruits. But that again is a challenge that we have to address. In terms of vaccines and medicines, there are opportunities there to embed One Health, especially when it comes to production. For example, facilities that are already, I don't know, certified, is that the word, or pre-qualified to produce animal health medicines can be purposed to support human health medicines, just as a thought offhand. But you're right, multisectorality should not be only in the response, but in the preparedness as well. And this is something that the Pandemic Fund can aim to enhance. Mr. Moderator, I hope I have answered everything that was thrown at me.
Another round of applause. So thanks a lot, Dr. Cole. And as we started, we said your name is Resilience by definition and character. And I think we have enjoyed resilience understanding for the systems. Asante sana. So colleagues, we are drawing near to the end of the day's session. Appreciate all of us for sitting in, participating, and also sharing ideas. So with this, I want to invite the director to take over from here. My job is done. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, Caleb. Where is the great Sunday? We really need him this time. Sunday?
Yes.
Yes, let's have the usual appreciation and anthem for our...
Asante sana. Yongeza tena. Thank you for the moderation.
Thank you very much, Sandy. I think this that will be with us until the 6th round prepare comes, and we enter the other 2030 like that. So it's going to be, someone should do a documentary on that. And yes, indeed. Thank you very much. I think, and let me take this opportunity to thank everybody for the insightful discussion. This was a convergence of highly technical capacities in the region, the IGAD member states, and IGAD leadership member states, international partners, WHO, IFRC, discussing and how far we have come and what next for us in the Prepare project. Indeed, the results of the discussion showed that we have been serious about what we are doing, and it came out clear that collaborative approach to discussing and demystifying some of our regional preparedness issues are indeed important, because as we get prepared, our regional capacity to prepare in the event of risks of pathogens that have pandemic potential, our preparedness goes up, the consequence of risk certainly will go down, and this is a golden opportunity for us. I think it came out clear that this is indeed a requirement. That collaborative approach is a requirement. And therefore, this brings us to the end of day one. And I know it's approaching, it's after 5 right now, the time. We're going to 6, to travel to where we are spending. And this brings us to the end of our today's deliberation. Wishing you good in your stay, and see you tomorrow. One communication, the national focal person, Prepare focal person are requested to stay behind, perhaps for 5-6 minutes, to agree on one or two things. These are requests made to me. Yes, I think I'm going to give the mic to Hassan. Otherwise, we are free to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Director. Thank you, colleagues. I think we can have our tea. The prepare focal persons, the country focal persons, I think we can meet in that corner for 5 minutes and then we'll call it a day. Thank you very much. Have a good day. Tomorrow, inshallah, we're going to start at 8:30, so let's be a little bit early so that we can start. I know we have a lot of ground to cover, so let's come in early. Thank you very much. Have a good day.